And dear participants of Ukrainian Financial Forum, just in a few minutes we're going to start our event officially. So please proceed to the main hall, take your seats, and of course, if you need, don't forget to grab your device for simultaneous translation. We're going to start in a couple minutes. Пані та панове, дорогі друзі, прям запрошую вже проходити до основної зали. Будь ласка, заходьте, займайте місця, маємо розпочинати. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the main hall, take your seats. We're gonna start just in 1 minute. Шановні учасники Українського фінансового форуму, за 1 хвилину ми будемо розпочинати, тому, звісно, хочеться всіх вас бачити всередині залу. Хочеться бачити ваші очі, чути вашу увагу. Будь ласка, проходьте. Отже, шановні пані та панове, ми розпочинаємо. Я йду на сцену.
Доброго ранку і ще раз доброго ранку, шановні пані та панове. Як же надзвичайно всіх вас бачити, приємно. Врешті особисто, так, сьогодні ми з вами відкриваємо Український фінансовий форум, який цього року, можна сказати, точно особливий, тому що 2020-й через всі відомі причини він відбувся онлайн. І ми, звісно, скучили за живим спілкуванням, за нетворкінгом, за новими знаннями, за новим баченням і розумінням того, що відбувається. І врешті ми всі зібралися, тому, я думаю, немає причин не поаплодувати одне одному. Доброго ранку! Ну і окрім того, що ми наживо з вами зустрічаємося, цей рік теж особливий, тому що цей рік співпадає із 30-річчям незалежності нашої держави, або, як сказав президент, відновлення незалежності нашої держави. Тому і сьогоднішній Український фінансовий форум, він теж буде відбуватися, власне, під таким гаслом, тому що 30 років це, звісно, тривалий шлях, доволі серйозні вже здобутки маємо, але що буде далі? Власне, про це і будемо говорити, що чекає на нашу країну в майбутньому протягом сьогоднішнього заходу. Отже, пані та панове, ми починаємо відкритий Український фінансовий форум 2021. Я, звісно, запрошую представників групи ICU, організатора цьогорічного заходу, ну і як всіх інших заходів Українського фінансового форуму, які вже багато років збирають українську фінансову спільноту для обговорення найважливіших економічних питань. Отже, зустрічайте Євгенію Хрищенко, заступницю директора ICU, та Григорія Овчаренка, директора і керуючого локальними активами ICU.
Радий всіх бачити і вітаю всіх на нашому 7-му Українському фінансовому форумі. Вже 7-му. Цього разу він присвячений незалежності України. 30-річній фінансової незалежності України. За цей 30 років Україна пройшла такий надзвичайний шлях у своєму розвитку. Від гіперінфляції до 90-х до макростабільності і розвитку фінтеху, і кожен з присутніх тут долучився до цієї роботи. Я хочу подякувати вам усім, тому що ми робили це все разом. Ну, здається, все добре.
Ми досягли макростабільності, у нас стабільний курс, інфляція менше 10%. Ну, для того, хто думає, що це забагато, хочу нагадати, 93-й рік, коли інфляція складала більше 10 тисяч відсотків. Здається, все добре, але ні. Інструментів ще небагато, інфраструктура не розвинена, ринок вузький, і тому ми і збираємося для того, щоб визначити проблеми і шляхи їх вирішення. І як завжди, цей форум для того, щоб визначити такий ліст або список what we must do, що нам потрібно зробити. Тож сьогодні нас очікують 5 панелів, 8 годин, десятки виступів. Ми поговоримо про діджиталізацію, нові інструменти, корпоративне управління. Ну а ввечері, як завжди, на вас чекає такий музикальний сюрприз. Ну а сьогодні долучаємося до роботи, бо ви і є найбільшою цінністю цього форуму. Ну а зараз хочу надати слово Євгенії Хрищенко, яка багато зробила не тільки для нашої компанії, но й фінансового ринку. І вона сьогодні є насправді нашою зіркою. Тож даю слово Євгенії Хрищенко.
Спасибо. Добрый день, дорогие гости форума. Я присоединяюсь к приветствию. Григорий, спасибо большое. Очень рады вас сегодня здесь видеть. Действительно, мы очень соскучились за таким событием. Я думаю, что мы сегодня с вами услышим очень много новой полезной информации для нашего с вами бизнеса, работы совместной. Так сложилось, что с 2014 года Украинский финансовый форум – это некая лакмусовая бумажка для подтверждения того, что происходит на рынках капитала, И раньше мы как-то беседовали больше о том, как пережить кризис, как пройти барьеры, все преграды. А сегодня мы, наверное, один из немногих годов, который будем обсуждать о наших перспективах, развитиях, возможностях. И несмотря на то, что за плечами довольно нелегкие 30 лет становления и очень тяжелые 1,5 года пандемии, которую мы с вами, в принципе, с легкостью пережили, они нас научили очень многому, сегодня мы как никогда слышим оптимистичный голос рынка. У нас с вами очень-очень много еще работы впереди. И предлагаю сегодня ее обсудить. Итак, мы начинаем Украинский финансовый форум 2021.
Дякуємо оплесками, дякуємо Євгенія, дякуємо Григорію. Ну що ж, дійсно, офіційно вже відкритий Український фінансовий форум 2021. І ми не будемо гаяти часу, одразу розпочинаємо. І прямо одразу я запрошую до слова нашого першого і дуже ексклюзивного спікера, містера Пола Thomsena. Містер Thomsen – це легенда Міжнародного валютного фонду. Економіст світового рівня з 30-річним досвідом керівних посад у фонді. А з 2014 по 2020 роки містер Thomsen керував європейським департаментом МВФ та ухвалював рішення щодо всіх траншів для країн Європи. В його, можна сказати, професійному доробку або в професійному портфоліо порятунок економік Ісландії, Греції та Португалії після світової фінансової кризи 2008 року та подальшої кризи в єврозоні. Містер Thomsen також очолював програму фонду в Україні. Тож, пані та панове, зустрічайте містер Поул Thomsen.
Good morning to all of you, and thank you for the ICU and for inviting me. It's a really great pleasure to be back in Kiev again. I will focus my remark this morning on the challenges facing policymakers following the COVID crisis. I will initially focus on advanced countries before concluding with the implications for Ukraine. The recovery from the COVID crisis is, as you know, already quite well underway at a much faster pace than expected, thanks to exceptionally forceful and timely relaxation of both monetary and fiscal policies. Contrary to the global financial crisis in 2008, the permanent damage from the COVID crisis might, on current evidence, turn out to be very small. In the US, GDP might even exceed pre-COVID trends already by the end of this year, according to some projection. The forceful policy response has prevented the shock from the real sector from spilling over into the financial sector, at least for now, avoiding difficult problems that could weigh on the economy for years. Moreover, equity, real estate and debt valuations have surged, reaching historical highs. We have apparently managed not only to overcome a once-in-a-lifetime shock in record time, but also to get much wealthier in the process, at least some of us, some more than others. Yes, inflation is higher than it has been for decades, but policymakers are convinced that this is temporary. In any case, we heard last week from the Fed that it will remain vigilant, standing ready to scale back its asset purchases if inflationary pressures persist. But for now, it is continuing such purchases at the exceptional pace of $120 billion per month. Thus, economists and policymakers appear to have had a surprisingly good crisis. The dismal science, so it seems, has finally redeemed itself. As you will hear, I have a less sanguine view based on my experience during the last 10, 15 years in particular, with what has been driving and limiting policy making before the pandemic. From this perspective, I have concerns, I have doubts about whether policymakers can pull back in a timely manner. And I am concerned that the successful handling of the crisis might have made them even more complacent about some of the medium-term stability risks. I will start with the near-term risks coming from inflation before focusing on the medium-term sustainability issues. Central banks have dramatically expanded their already highly elevated balance sheets in response to the COVID crisis. The Fed, for instance, doubled its assets holdings, which are now a whopping 10 times above the level they were before the global financial crisis. Much has been written about how central banks have become increasingly activist since the Greenspan years, undertaking large liquidity injections in response to shocks, but failing to reduce liquidity during the good years after these crises. The ECB, for instance, continued with its huge asset purchases until the eve of the COVID crisis, even though output gaps in all but a few southern countries had closed during 2017 and 2018. I share to some extent the concern of those arguing that central banks have become too beholden, if not captured, by markets addicted to monetary policy bailouts. This raises at least three sets of problems. First, the BIS has rightly worried that the long-term rise in leverage had made the system more susceptible to shocks, causing increasing instability over time. Second, there is also now a rapidly growing concern that central banks are partly responsible for the rise in inequality, especially in intergenerational wealth inequality, as the huge asset purchases are benefiting the old and the rich, which are the ones holding the assets. One result, as you know, is that the young are being priced out of the housing markets in many major urban areas. Third, there's a growing awareness that the compression of interest rates and risk premia are causing distortions in resource allocations that hamper productivity and economic growth. Central bankers disagree, of course. They argue that the highly expansionary monetary policy was and is justified by the urgency in bringing inflation back to target, to reduce the risks that a future shock will cause disinflation. I take a somewhat different view. We have all, we in the IMF, central banks, been very bad at forecasting inflation for years, time and again predicting increases that did not occur. We have a broad understanding what's going on, how structural factors like globalization, the weakening of labor unions have exerted downward pressure on prices for many years. But we really don't understand the exact relationships. In view of this insufficient understanding of inflation, in view of being sort of confronted with this black box, I believe that it is questionable whether it was right for central bankers to keep on stepping at the accelerator, injecting more and more liquidity in face of stubbornly sticking inflation, whatever the side effects. Whatever the side effects. Yes, it would certainly have been desirable to have insurance against inflation by raising the inflation rate fast, but the cost of this insurance has been growing in terms of its impact on financial stability, inequality, and the productivity, as I mentioned before. I believe central banks should have moved more aggressively to normalize monetary policy as output gaps closed, not least the ECB, which remained excessively concerned about the impact of such a tightening on weaker euro area countries like Italy. They did not do so, and as a result, they are now finding themselves in a situation where they had to inject massive amount of liquidity in response to the COVID crisis, and I support this, into economies that were already extremely liquid and leveraged and experienced signs of asset bubbles. This has created now a combustible situation that will be very difficult for central bankers to manage if the recent surge in inflation proves not to be temporary. And as you know, inflation is now at the highest level it has been for decades. And here, I do not share the sanguine view on the inflation outlook. Like others have observed, there are several factors that suggest that the inflationary pressures could persist and not be temporary, including development in housing costs, serious disruptions in the global supply chains, and increasing labor shortages that will only gradually lead to higher costs as labor contracts are renegotiated. Most importantly, I am concerned about pressures coming from fiscal policy. The fiscal stimulus has been unprecedented. It was something like 3 times above what it was during the global financial crisis. There were largely no attempts to calibrate it top-down, meaning assessing what is the impact of COVID on GDP and what is the necessary counter-fiscal stimulus. It was determined bottom-up, simply as a sum of various ad hoc policy initiatives. This was understandable, given the uncertainty and the humanitarian distress associated with the COVID crisis. A top-down calibration might not have been feasible. But this uncertainty has now largely abated, and what is emerging is an aggregate fiscal response that in some cases is excessive, in particular in the United States. Here in the US, the fiscal stimulus in this year is set to be 3 times above the estimated output gap. 3 times above the estimated output gap. Fiscal policy now risks causing significant inflationary pressures. You might disagree. You might argue we have, as I mentioned before, been poor at forecasting inflation in the past, and that I am once again prematurely crying wolf. I take that point. But what I'm concerned about is that policymakers are increasingly feeling unconstrained and willing to take risks with fiscal policy because they for years have been warned about inflationary pressures that did not materialize. They have for years seen central banks monetize huge fiscal deficits through QE without discoursing inflation. I'm concerned that this is emboldening policymakers to keep on stepping on the accelerator until we get serious inflation. In the US, for instance, following the $1.9 trillion COVID package, which I argued is a bit excessive given where we are now, the administration is proposing a $1 trillion infrastructure package and a $3.5 trillion package of various social policy initiatives. These are staggering amounts for an economy that entered into the COVID crisis with full employment. This is, of course, not a problem if taxes are raised accordingly, but what we have seen from the infrastructure bill suggests that the end result is likely to be a significant increase in deficit. Thus, I acknowledge that we need to be very humble about our ability to forecast inflation. And I might be wrong that inflation, serious inflation, is knocking at the door. But I do not think I'm wrong about saying that we are now in a situation where policymakers seem to be making changes until we get inflation. That is my worry. The problem here is that I'm concerned that central banks, in view of their past record, will react too late to an increase in inflation. The pushback from markets and financial pundits accustomed to years of cheap money and monetary bailouts will be fierce. And with governments now more dependent on low interest rates than ever, political pressure to delay the normalization will also be strong. Eventually, inflation will force a tightening, and history tells us that disruption to financial markets and the real sector would be quite severe and prolonged. The point frequently made, particularly in the last few months, that much will depend on how the central banks communicate their intentions is correct up to a point. But we should not pretend that all that is needed is clear communication to allow a smooth transition after so many years of easy money and market bubbles. The disruption to sovereign bond markets for both emerging markets and some highly indebted advanced countries, especially in the euro area, could be particularly severe. Italian spreads have been compressed to nearly German levels, even though Italian government debt is getting close to the pre-pandemic Greek levels. This reflects the ECB's decision to target Italian spreads, despite the treaty injunction against such support. political pressures to cease such operations mean that Italian spreads could come under pressure even before inflationary pressures force the ECB to tighten more generally. Before I get to the implication for emerging markets, especially Ukraine, and for economic policies more generally, let me stress that my concern here about the long-standing complacency in policymaking is not only limited to monetary policy and risk to inflation, but also to fiscal policy and complacency about long-term sustainability issues. Let me briefly get to that before turning to talk a little bit about Ukraine. The fiscal response in advanced countries was calibrated without concerns about the implications for debt sustainability, even in countries where already high debt meant that the fiscal space is very limited. It was not adopted, this fiscal response to COVID, in the context of fiscal programs, medium-term fiscal program, that would explain what are the measures needed that would be put in place to bring deficits down again. This again is not surprising. Policymakers needed to react boldly and fast to save lives, and their ability to do so should not be constrained by debt sustainability considerations. I agree with that. But with the pandemic now being manageable and the recovery well underway, such considerations, debt sustainability consideration and medium-term concern, must again come to the fore. I strongly disagree with those arguing that cyclical consideration still justify ignoring debt sustainability concerns. And I also disagree equally strongly with those arguing that such concerns don't matter in any case, because we will have low interest rates as far as we can see, and therefore countries can carry higher debt loads than they did before. Here too, I think that we are ignoring important lessons from the years before the crisis. I have one slide that I want to, some calculations I did recently. Let me show you, can we show this slide? Yes. This year, shows an interesting calculation. You will see for France, Italy, Portugal, and Spain what's happening to debt over the full economic cycle starting before the global financial crisis. As you can see in the first line, this measures the increase in debt from the eve of the global financial crisis until the global financial and the following euro area crisis was over. You see that debt went up by 34% in France, by 60% in Portugal, and 65% in Spain. That's fine, that's good. This is why we have fiscal space when there is crisis to be able to increase that. But now look, from the time the crisis was over, which in most cases sort of around 13, and on till the eve of the COVID crisis, what happened during that period of a strong recovery? Take the case of Spain, which have seen the 65% use of fiscal space when debt went from 35 to 100%. During the good years that followed, 5 or 6 good years with growth above 3%, Spain hardly reduced its fiscal deficit. It's not surprising then that these countries, we are in a situation where these countries that had spent all this fiscal space entered the COVID crisis with the same elevated debt levels at which they exited the euro crisis. And it's not surprising that there was a need then for huge north-south transfers and bailout to deal with the pandemic. This fiscal relaxation has been facilitated by exceptionally accommodating monetary policy, not least QE. Countries like France, Italy, and Spain, among others, used the windfall, the lower interest rate from QE, to lower their primary deficits, primary surpluses, and not to reduce their debt. This should be a sobering reminder to those arguing that low-for-long policy rates will allow a fiscal policy paradigm shift because these countries can carry higher debt burden. I have news. Much of this windfall has been spent already. And I should add, it has actually been spent poorly. I'm not going to get into that but that's the reality. So one need to be careful about this argument looking forward. Yes, another argument, of course, I said before, inflation might be coming back, and there will need to be an increase in interest rates. So one should be careful assuming that this is going to go on forever. But even if we assume that there is some more fiscal space because of low interest rate for a prolonged period, even if that's the case, that there is unused fiscal space, why does it matter to policymakers? Take a case like France. France has seen its external debt since 1980, in the last 40 years, go up from less than 20% of GDP to, on the eve of the COVID crisis, 100% of GDP. It's never gone down, never. Debt to GDP has, in the very good year of strong growth, been constant, but in most years, other years gone up, and in years of weak GDP growth, gone up very fast. Same with Spain. Spain has seen a tripling of its external debt during the last 15 years. With political economy odds so obviously against efforts to limit public debt, what does it really matter if we are told that the cliff is a little bit further off away? If you have the political economy consideration prevent this gradual, to do anything about this ever increasing debt to GDP ratios. Okay, let me just stress, my point here has not been to take issue with the exceptionally strong policy response, both by monetary and fiscal policy to COVID. I think in some instances it was overdone, but fine, given the uncertainty at the time, I have no problem with that. My problem has been that having been in policy making for all these years, have seen what I think is a very serious complacency in both monetary and fiscal policy before the crisis, and I am concerned that I see this not only continuing, but especially if I look at fiscal policy, the way that we have reacted to the crisis successfully appears even to have emboldened policymakers. Remember what I said about what's happening in the US, to keep on ignoring these long-term issue. I believe that there is an urgent need for a monetary tightening, notwithstanding the risk that this will pose. Delaying it will just make the problem even more intractable later. I also think that there is a need to reduce the current fiscal stimulus in countries like the US, and I certainly think that high debt countries in Europe need to start calibrating their fiscal response in the context of medium-term program that explains to us how they are regaining control over debt and restoring medium-term sustainability. Now, this has mainly been sort of about the advanced world. What are the implications for Ukraine? Like other emerging market economies, Ukraine has benefited from the global surge in liquidity and for investors' search for yields. The question is the extent to which Ukraine, with its ratings still below investment grades, well below investment grades, is vulnerable to tightening of global liquidity and an attendant reduction in investors' appetite for risk. Will investors look on Ukraine if they begin to look for the most, focus on Ukraine if they begin to look for the most vulnerable countries in a situation where, as I suggest, we might soon be seeing a need to tighten global financial conditions. As somebody who has overseen the IMF's program work in Ukraine for the last 15 years, I can assure you that Ukraine is in a much less vulnerable position today than it has been at any time since becoming an independent country. Ukraine entered the COVID crisis much better prepared to handle shocks than in the past. This, above all, reflects good macroeconomic management, good fiscal and monetary policies, as well as strong supervision and regulation of the banking systems in the years before the COVID crisis. Let me briefly remind you about some of the main achievements. Starting with fiscal policy, the Ministry of Finance has steadily reduced deficits amid a very difficult political and security situation. This is really impressive, and this achievement has created the fiscal space that allowed Ukraine to respond forcefully to the COVID crisis. Less visible, but also important, the Ministry of Finance have foresighfully managed debt in a way that it has reduced future vulnerabilities by ensuring a much smoother repayment profile. Turning to the National Bank of Ukraine, its strong monetary management, and in particular, its critically important move towards a much more flexible exchange rate policy, has allowed important progress on inflation and a significant increase in foreign reserves, which now are well above 30 billion. This too created buffers, enabling a significant monetary relaxation in response to the COVID crisis. Particularly important, I think, is also the NBU's significant strengthening of banking supervision. The much stricter enforcement of international guidelines for capital requirements, of provisions against connected lending, of fit and proper tests for bank managers, owners, among many other measures, have significantly improved the banking system resilience. Banks' ability to weather the COVID crisis without serious problems is testimony to this achievements by the NBU. I have no doubts that investors are taking note of these significant improvements, and that will help Ukraine if investors globally change their appetite for risk and start looking for more vulnerable countries. But progress is not irreversible. It is critically important for Ukraine's ability to avoid another crisis that there is no backtracking. Above all, Ukraine must not again resort to excessive fiscal spending, and politicians must respect the NBU's independence. And here I'm not only concerned about political pressure to direct lending or limit the flexibility of the exchange rate, but also about pressure to lower standards in banking supervision. Let me give you a sober reminder. I remember during the global financial crisis, where one of our main activities was a program with Ukraine. Following that program, we celebrated among ourselves all the achievements we have made in the banking system, only to find significant backtracking and deterioration in the years that followed. Nothing is irreversible. It is a constant battle to preserve the progress, especially in a country like Ukraine with its fluid political situation and still fragile institution. It's with this in mind that I, for instance, strongly welcome the recently approved legislation to clarify the responsibility for banking supervision within the National Bank, and I certainly would also welcome the further proposals to strengthen corporate governance in the NBU. This is encouraging to me because I can see that there is still awareness of the need to strengthen the institutional setup and awareness of the pressures on the system. There are, of course, many other pressing issues on the economic agenda than merely preserving the gains achieved so far. We all know how Ukraine has struggled with only very limited success so far to implement broader structural reforms, especially how the country has failed to make decisive progress in combating corruption, improving corporate governance, and reforming the judicial system, to mention only a few of the reforms that will be critically important for the investment climate and for Ukraine's ability to eventually catch up. But this takes me to a whole different set of issues, and this goes beyond what I wanted to focus on today. I'll stop here, and I'll be very happy to take your questions. Thank you very much.
Так, отже, пані та панове, є можливість Q&A сесії. Будь ласка.
Hello? Yes. Yes, first of all, thank you so much for your brilliant presentation. And I think widely we absolutely share the view that there are many debt sustainability risks now in the advanced world, something that is absolutely new for the global financial system. So I have two questions for you. The first question relates to China. Sort of that was sort of a little bit missing part of the story going forward. What is expectation for the next 5 years of the role of China, or changing role of China in the global economy? And my second question, if you were a fund manager and your expectations of higher global inflation holds true, what would be your, right now, your best guess to hedge against high inflation, provided all the valuations level, etc.? Thank you so much.
No, if I could explain the last one to you, I would not be a poor former IMF bureaucrat, I can assure you that. Actually, on the first one, I have talking about things that I don't know about. I'm in a bit of the unusual situation. I spent my whole professional career on Europe, the whole of one. I have never even visited China, and I'm probably the only one in the room who has never visited China. So I think I can speak more than most people about Europe, but I don't really know more about China than anybody who reads the Financial Times. So I'm just going to take a pass on that. Sorry about that, but I will say on the inflation thing, I have finally succumbed to my wife's pressure to buy a house on the beach, and we are starting a major renovation of the house when I come home. That gives you a bit of indication what I think about the risk of protecting yourself against inflation. But otherwise, I would not really know what to say. Yeah, can you speak up?
Hi, brilliant presentation. Roman Soljic, former trader, JP Morgan, Deutsche Bank. So I have similar concerns, about the inflation and, very good high, but when you said the rich are getting richer, the poor are getting poorer, the kids cannot catch up, and always inflation has been a transfer of wealth from the old to the young, So basically, so maybe this is what they're hoping for, that, it may be an explosive transfer at the end, so for now they're getting us old guys, get some money, whatever, but then eventually inflation will come and equalize it all, and it will transfer the actual wealth to the labor, and they will be able, as Piketty said in Capital, to finally catch up, right? So this is the way that they see out of this conundrum. I don't know. This is how I explain it to myself. So just wanted to kind of hear your thoughts on it, because obviously inflation is nasty, it may be explosive, but ultimately it is a wealth transfer from the capital, to the labor, to the young, to the next generation.
I personally think that this intergenerational inequality issue is very serious. We did in the last year when I was director of the fund, I had them look at on Europe. You will see this table I had here. I mean, this table shows that all this talk about austerity, right? That is nonsense. Words of austerity, debt is going up and up and up. Now, there are a lot of groups that have experienced austerity, because in particular in these countries, Italy and Greece and others, where you have low growth because of productivity problem, you also have low revenues and therefore constant pressure to cut spending. And all of these spending cuts have fallen on the vulnerable groups, not on pensioners. No, pensioners today are the most entrenched political group, and it's fallen on the young and the weak. We did a study that showed that since the euro crisis, the replacement rates on pensions have gone up, and the risk of falling into poverty have increased despite the recovery since the euro crisis until the COVID crisis. The risk of falling into poverty among the elderly had declined dramatically, but exploded for the young. So I fully share this is an explosive political issue.
Thank you. Mr. Thomsen, I'm Evgen Stepanin from the Central Bank. So I'd like to ask you, you have shown on a slide the debt to GDP ratio in different countries. The cumulative rise is huge. So if you add one more column to your table for Ukraine, you will see that the debt to GDP is down since the eve of the COVID crisis. Mm-hmm. So the bank lending in Ukraine has a flat trend, so it doesn't grow. So do you think this is the what do you think is the right approach to support the economy during and after the COVID? And what is your recommendation for Ukraine? What are the instruments that how we can support the Ukraine's economy?
Well, so I deliberately did not. I do think these long-term sustainability on the fiscal is something that you see in sort of the Western countries with aging problem and sort of relatively low productivity. I'm not too concerned about it in a country like Ukraine with a dramatic catch-up potential in GDP. I do think still, if we look at what Ukraine should be doing to catch up in the long run, I don't think this is rocket science. This is what I came to at the end. It is to improve the business climate, judicial reforms, corporate governance reform, the issues relating to corruption. That will take a long time. There are already. I mean, we should not lose sight of that there have been important reforms in Ukraine. It's not just a question of the macro and the fiscal deficits going down and monetary policy be better because of flexible exchange rate. I mean, in the monetary area, for instance, the modernization of the central banks includes a modernization of how its instrument for reserve money management in the fiscal sector, in the Ministry of Finance. The changes brought about by modernizing the system for VAT refund, it's dramatic. So there are a lot of changes going on. But I think and clearly the public sector has a role. There are important investments that the public sector can do, particularly where they're complementarity with the private sector. I'm all for that, for public investment, strongly supportive of that. But Ukraine's growth has to be private sector led above all. And here I think the issues are, to me, actually pretty obvious.
Question about the Vitaly Melentiev with National Depository of Ukraine.
Sorry,
Vitaly Melentiev with National Depository of Ukraine. Question about the level of separation between the European inflationary picture and the toolbox available to the fiscal and monetary toolbox available to European Union versus the US as far as their inflationary situation and potential scenarios and developments of what the US is doing. Is Europe, does it really matter what Europe is doing versus US? Is the dog wagging the tail here, or what's your opinion?
Well, I think that the cyclical recovery is more advanced in the US, as I said, you clearly have more injection of fiscal impulse in the US. So I do think that the problem, the more imminent problem, immediate problem on inflation is particular in the US. But the problems I mentioned about excessive monetary policy, as I said, over the years, pertains to the ECB also. To me, the absolutely critical question is that for the euro area is that the euro area has inherent north-south structural fragmentation issues. Nothing has been done to overcome those. They might even have gotten worse, but nobody is seeing them with this monetary policy. And if there is a policy of explicitly targeting, let's say, spreads of the weaker countries, well, as long as you can do that, you're not going to see this fragmentation. But once you have to start tightening monetary policy, you are going to have that issue emerging. People talk a lot about globally that with the monetary policy we have, we should be concerned about fiscal dominance. Economists talk about fiscal dominance when governments become too dependent on low interest rates, and the increase in interest rates will sort of seriously affect government finances. That issue is much, much more dangerous in Europe, in the euro area, because of the north-south fragmentation. It will, as soon as you see the ECB starting to tighten, there will be an outcry from southern countries. That is, to me, that is the real challenge. Again, as long as we are in this situation with COVID, and there was an argument for monetary policy to be very lax, you don't see that. But I think that the ECB will find it very difficult to heed the call to start the normalization. We saw that, as I said before, the ECB, in my view, should have started normalizing already back in 2017, if not earlier. It did not, because of the weakness of southern countries. On the eve of the COVID crisis, that was becoming a problem. That was becoming the problem when there was the outgoing president and the incoming president had to promise a special review of monetary policy to sort of subdue a building rebellion inside the ECB against that policy. I think once you get into the recovery in Europe, that problem will come back with a vengeance.
Thank you so much. We are completely out of time, so last question, please, shortly. You. Дайте, будь ласка, мікрофончик.
The Ukrainian Central Bank has already started tightening of monetary policy. What's your point on timing? Was it the right moment for Ukraine to start tightening of monetary policy?
Well, I need to be careful because I don't follow the sort of day-to-day on Ukraine that I used to in the past. I remember telling myself some time back that Ukraine should start tightening, and it did so with a bit of a delay. But I think this is from what I can see now. I think monetary policy is broadly appropriate. But again, I do not have the access to the kind of information I would have when I was at the IMF, see sort of day-to-day movements on for instance, in demand for foreign exchange. That would be an important indicator for me. You know, the critical thing, I always remind policymakers in Ukraine, monetary policymakers, after all these years of working closely with Ukraine, the critical thing on monetary policy is to preserve the flexible exchange rate. That is, don't start mucking around with the exchange rate and you will get problems.
That's it for the morning. Thank you so much, Mr. Poul Thomsen. Thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you're going to stay with us during the whole day. Yeah.
Good, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much, Mr. Poul Thomsen.
Bye-bye.
Отже, дякуємо містеру Полу Томсену за відкриття форуму, за такий ексклюзивний виступ. І, пані та панове, містер Поул Томсен залишається з нами протягом, я сподіваюся, цього дня. Тому впродовж якихось кава-брейків, чи навіть обіду, чи, можливо, вечірнього нетворкінгу, ну або автопаті, хто як хоче, так і називайте це, у вас буде можливість поспілкуватися з ним особисто віч-навіч. Ну а тим часом ми продовжимо, і програму форуму зараз продовжить один з найсильніших макроекономістів нашої країни, заступник голови Національного банку України Серgiy Nikolaychuk. Вітайте!
Доброго дня, колеги. Передусім хотів би подякувати організаторам за те, що запросили мене. Ще більше за те, що не відмовилися від цього запрошення після того, як я перейшов від ICU до Національного банку. Це насправді трошки ускладнило мою задачу говорити сьогодні про макроекономічний прогноз, тому що на наступному тижні в нас буде засідання монетарного комітету. У нас вже розпочався режим тиші, під час якого я теж, як і пан Poul Thomsen, не зможу відповідати на питання, які стосуватимуться конкретних монетарних рішень. І, власне, не зможу говорити про якісь останні інфляційні цифри чи показники макроекономічного розвитку. Тому, власне, сьогодні я хотів би поговорити про довгострокові тенденції, як змінилася економіка, її фінансовий сектор за останнє десятиліття і особливо за останні 1,5 роки пандемії. І, в принципі, це досить непогано вкладається в тему сьогоднішньої конференції – 30 років фінансової незалежності. Однак, все-таки я більше хотів би концентруватися на перспективах про майбутнє і про те, що буде визначати вектор майбутнього розвитку. А можна презентацію вивести на екран? Так, дякую. І насправді ще б я хотів подякувати пану Полу Thomseну, тому що насправді він же певною мірою дав відповідь на питання моєї презентації, чи є у України шанс на кетч-ап, на наближення до рівня розвинутих країн. І відповідно до відповіді пана Thomsena, це не rocket science. В Україні є великий потенціал на цей кетч-ап. І, в принципі, моя презентація сьогодні якраз розкриває цю тезу. Насправді, якщо подивитися на історичну ретроспективу на останні 30 років і нашої незалежності, то цей кетч-ап був дуже повільним. У України був дуже повільний, дуже невдалий старт 90-ті роки. У нас, на жаль, структура економіки була абсолютно не підготовлена під тогочасні реалії. І проблеми багато в чому виникли через розрив господарських взаємозв'язків. Ще більше, на відміну від тієї ж Польщі, вони посилювалися тим, що абсолютно не було у нас державних інституцій, їх всі треба було створювати з нуля. І, мабуть, і в певних сферах прогрес був дуже повільним. І ви, мабуть, знаєте, що вчора ми всі святкували 25-річчя нашої гривні, і це теж ярке свідчення цього повільного прогресу, тому що 30 років незалежності, 25 років незалежності нашої гривні. І особливо великі проблеми якраз у нас в 90-ті роки були з функціонуванням центрального банку, з монетарною сферою. Всі, я думаю, присутні чудово пам'ятають процеси гіперінфляції. Потім були досить успішні 2000-ні роки, коли рівень ВВП на душу населення за паритетом купівельної спроможності в нас трошки почав наближуватися до середньоєвропейського рівня, і цей процес відповідав, в принципі, тій тенденції, яка спостерігалася в Польщі, в інших країнах, що розвиваються, в європейських. Цей процес супроводжувався вже наявністю певних державних інституцій, хоча одночасно, як на мене, цей процес супроводжувався і активним захопленням цих державних інституцій певними олігархічними групами. І те економічне зростання, яке ми спостерігали в 2000-х роках, воно більше мало екстрактивну природу. І благо в той момент ресурсів ще на це вистачало. Однак ситуація змінилася і також це супроводжувалося досить активним припливом іноземного капіталу, розвитком фінансового сектору, але ситуація змінилася після глобальної фінансової кризи. Ресурсів вже стало не вистачати, екстрактивне зростання було неможливим, і, відповідно, захоплення державних інституцій, воно тільки посилилося на початку 2010-х років, ну і врешті-решт це все закінчилося, як ви знаєте, Революцією Гідності, а далі військовим конфліктом з північно-східним сусідом, що скористався слабкістю нашої держави в той час. Період з 15 по 21 рік – це період відновлення спроможності державних інституцій, їх суттєвого посилення, я би сказав, у певних сферах, і про що теж пан Poul Thomsen вже сьогодні багато говорив. І що важливо ще в цьому процесі, це те, що досить суттєвою стала роль громадського суспільства і західних партнерів. І тому в цей період у нас трошки почався, знову поновився кетчап української економіки до європейського рівня. Ми бачили підвищення рівня ВВП на душу населення з 27 до 30%. Потім останні 1,5 роки, як я вже сказав, у нас відбулася пандемія, яка поки що поставила на паузу цей процес. Однак і поставила перед нами питання, яким же буде постпандемічне зростання. За рахунок чого Україна зможе зростати швидше, ніж на 3-4% на рік, тобто на тому рівні.
On those levels that we had potentially before the crisis, a pandemic crisis. And if we are talking about the factors which can stimulate the catch-up, if we compare us with Poland, we must say that for days it's not a rocket science. If for many countries, for such like Poland, the main task for today is out of the middle income trap, come out of middle income trap, which call for more innovative economy. So in Ukrainian, our task we see is not rocket science, it's to develop or involve the investment into Ukraine and increase the institutions and the business climate and come closer to European states. As I already told, that Ukraine needs increase the investment level. If we see, again, left schedule here, the level of income for 10 years was lower than the neighbor European states which are developing,
There are certain objective reasons for that, like war and pandemic. However, I think that all understand well that fundamental factors for this low investment were a bit different, and the right graph shows why this is very important for Ukraine, because investment rate to GDP is indicated that in long term correlates to long-term economic growth rate. This is even more important in the context of Ukraine, taking into account the capital level being much lower than in other countries. If we have some comparative indicators or level of involved foreign capital, or we oriented by where of main assets, the most deplorable is transport and infrastructure area. Economic theory says that deficit of capital makes many possibilities for high payback. However, In recent years, this factor wasn't working as it should, and I would like to speak about factors that stipulated low investment in the past and whether those are overcome yet or not. Investment is endogenic. It's not decisive in itself. It's also a function from different factors. If we speak about factor for nearest 5-10 years, maybe next couple of years important factor is pandemic risks and the extent the country may overcome those, because I'm convinced that low investment for the last year and a half are much related to indefiniteness of economy of the world and Ukraine about to change the outcome of a pandemic crisis. Next, we are speaking about what's important for investment growth. First and foremost, institutional stability, structural reforms, and I'll speak about this a bit later. First, I would like to dwell on pandemic impact. I would say that those 1 year and a half, when we look at situation within Ukraine, it is not clear completely why, but Ukraine is somewhat lucky being able to avoid very severe healthcare crisis that we saw in Western Europe, saw in Brazil, and maybe even in Russian Federation. Incidence and morbidity rate was much worse than in Ukraine. And this, during all those lockdowns introduced in Ukraine, were pretty soft if we compare them to other countries. However, it's not convincing that the next 1 year or two the healthcare situation will be such favorable in Ukraine. The big concern is vaccination coverage in Ukraine. Today, if we speak about vaccination degree, it is much lower as compared to developed countries. At least one dose, 15% of age 15 plus is not vaccinated. We observe vaccination rate a bit slowing down last week, partly stipulated by a long weekend, and we all know that opposition from population to vaccination in Ukraine may be very high, which creates certain problems. It seems like Ukrainian authorities established vaccine delivery process up and running, and no shortages of vaccines that we observed the months before. But we see that population is not hurrying to vaccination points, and this factor in short-term perspective generates indefiniteness of economy response, which may be certain slowdown for investment processes. The next group of factors relate to macro-financial stability. Mr. Poul Thomsen spoke a lot today about this, about the reforms that took place in the area of monetary policy, National Bank. I would like to highlight this with one slide. We see that volatility of inflation dropped a lot in Ukraine as compared with the previous pre-crisis period. I fully agree that National Bank of Ukraine, like other central banks, have a difficulty to forecast in the right way, to forecast inflation. And even due to this challenge, the possibilities of monetary authorities, central bank, to manage inflation processes are much stronger today in Ukraine as compared to what we had before that. And what we see is that even in the conditions of current challenge, inflation growth over 10%, we see that inflation expectations remain pretty anchored, as we see in the right graph, and we're not soothed by any way, but this fact that we understand that monetary policy is to be aimed to keep those inflation expectations under control. But I would like to mention that now they are almost at historical minimum. Yes, we had the period of 2012, 2013, where because of recession-related events, we had deflation and the inflation expectations were somewhat lower then. And you all remember the cost we had to pay to achieve that monetary stability, how much reserves we spent for that, and which disbalances it led to in economy, and what was the outcome of that in 2014, 2015. So once again, I repeat that very important for us to have the flexible fluctuating exchange rate, and as you see from 2015 we have a trend ongoing to grow reserve 2.5 billion received from special rights from International Monetary Fund. The reserve is over 30 billion after paying euro bonds, and this is level we might consider to be adequate based on IMF adequacy criteria. I would also like to note that in that the rate advantages remain still much lower than for our trade partners. Mass media like to use it very often to highlight this big mark index, but on the left graph of mine is somewhat broader GDP indicator, and respectively comparing prices in Ukraine with the due level of prices in United States based on purchase parity. If we take into account not only fundamental factors stipulating discrepancy in Ukraine, United States of America, the study demonstrated on the right graph shows you may see that unlike in 2007, 2008, or 2012, 2013, the exchange rate is definitely not overestimated, and there is certain underestimation of the rate, creating some competitive advantages for Ukrainian economy. Many accuse national banks that those results of monetary stability are results of a very strict monetary policy which limits economic growth a lot. I would like to show you on this diagram that despite the fact that discount rate was much higher during previous couple of years, if we take period of 2010-2013, this discount rate becoming real monetary instrument, allowing central bank to manage inflation processes, leads to drop of inflation processes, drop on inflation expectations. And if you compare interest rates for economic subjects or household rates with the rates we had in 2012, 2013 in this deflation period, you see that now interest rates are lower, and this is really additional factor. Our real nominal interest rates are lower, which creates additional monetary stimulus for long-term economic growth. Also, we have a pretty good stimulus by our banking system ready to credit, which it demonstrated during the last couple of years, instead of becoming a catalyzer, as we see in crisis of a couple of previous years. Banking sector provided a real sector some alleviation, and it happened in conditions of indefiniteness, which was sensible, and fear of NPLs that might grow substantially as a result of crisis from loan takers. And today in Ukraine, no much credits given to population, to economy, making low stimulus of economic growth as a result of this fact. I would also like to draw your attention to the fact that these policies of national bank in monetary fiscal area promoting dollarization in deposits, credits. This is one more factor showing more resilience of Ukrainian economy as compared to previous couple of years. Next graph, I wanted to show you that there is pretty good fiscal space, which makes us different from the developed countries, make us different from the problems they have there, and what Mr. Thomsen was referring to. This is to a large extent related to government policy change from 2016. It is also substantially related with limitations, let us be honest, that Ukraine had within the previous 2 years in terms of attracting investment to fund state budget, to fund payback of sovereign debt. On the other hand, this fiscal burden on Ukrainian debt is not that fast. It is obviously not slowing down Ukrainian economic growth. And what is really slowing down, you know it very well, the problems with the structural reforms with institutions that did not make it possible for Ukraine to make a leap, make a fully fledged catch up for Ukraine. I showed you the studies of International Monetary Fund that was published in the working paper series of IMF, and the conclusions of this study correlate a lot to surveys held by many organizations in Ukraine that demonstrate that the main factor for having no investment is having no strong and independent institutions in rule of law, legal system, and this is the area where Ukraine has the biggest gap as compared to Poland today. Again, in terms of results of this study, resolving issues in the legislative area may become a driver to solve problems in many other areas, and may improve situation with over-regulation of some commodity markets in the area of energy. Again, in accordance with the IMF studies, if we nullify this discrepancy between Ukraine and Poland in the legal area. The economic growth rate may go up to 7% in a couple of next years. If we do not do that, if we limit ourselves to semi-reforms, the growth rate within the next couple of years will be around 4.5%. The question is whether Ukraine is capable of bridging this gap, and strong institutions are capable to do that. Yes, for the couple of last years we see substantial improvement on different ratings, doing business, global competitiveness index, Transparency International. However, in terms of indicators in the court system, the progress we had was pretty slow. However, what may become the source of optimism, in my view, on the one hand, changes that happened in legislation this summer, meaning adopting law aimed at relaunching the High Justice Council, and which is really important element today to launch the fully fledged court system reform, and the further success will depend a lot from implementing this reform. However, I will be back a bit later to why I believe that in Ukraine next decade, the chances for success are much bigger if the reforms are made, among others, due to pandemic. One of the factors determining success or failure of reform, in my opinion, are two factors: is overcoming opposition in the state sector, investment realized via state sector, and the second element of this fight back strong related interests of oligarch groups, of people who may impact some political decision making in the country. If we look at the situation in the public sector, we see pretty good progress as compared to beginning 2010s. The role of state sector, role of redistribution via budget changed a lot. We had some spike previous year, but unlike many emerging markets in East Europe, we see that pretty fast the costs rate the GDP is changing. If we speak about budget, redistributing resources via budget, many people understand that in Ukraine the substantial redistribution element is state banks, state companies. So progress of Ukraine in privatization, both the banking sector and the real sector, are also a litmus paper in terms of how capable we are to implement finally necessary reforms. But I would like to stress that the economy structure changes substantially in Ukraine. During previous years, IT sector grew a lot, agro-industrial sector grew a lot.
We see that we lose the weight of so-called extractive branches. First of all, we're talking about GNC, and this is good from the one point, because these processes that used to be enforced like pandemic, and I think that for the future we can hope that the role of IT sector as a driver of economic increase, both like export income also, and also there is one more aspect that we change the structure of the wealth. On this schedule, we, with our colleague, we have made the Forbes version for year 2021, year 12, as a comparison of the people, and you see the car on the map as how changed the branch spread of the millionaire, a billionaire due to the branches. And first of all, talk about not for those who are in top 10. You see that in year 2012, more powerful were from metallurgical extractive branches, and I see that the important was agro sector, financial and investment. We must mention year 2021. We have seen the representative from IT and technology, and also from other branches, from real estate, from those branches were due to state, Ruchira Sharma, the famous authors from those sphere, we have from the good millionaire been formed, who are increasing this growth of the country, not using the available resources only for their spread, and use the capture of the state of their wealth. And one more thing, very interesting thing, that the inequality between millionaires. When, first of all, the year 2012, we generally have the top 100 of the most rich people, has $63 billion USA. Year 2021 is 44.5 million, to the 31%. And if we will see the decrease of the wealth of the top 10 people, the wealth has decreased to 43%, but to enter to the top 100, we have from 110 to 120 million dollars of this is more to become a millionaire. You become more expensive, but it's a weight of the richest people, and this spread, this inequality or decrease of this inequality between the richest people reflects in inequality in general in Ukraine. Mr. Poul Thomsen, during his speech, the inequality and the influence for long-term economic development, and we see that in Ukraine it's not the big problem for Ukraine when we compare Ukraine due to different countries due to the data of inequality of income, level of poverty, social mobility, and it's also, in my opinion, from one particle that Ukraine has one possibility for today for public activity, and the same we don't see that we have possible of 100 that is very seldom in world history came to the economic steps forward. I, in principle, has come to the end of my presentation, and I would like to mention one more time, in short-term perspective, it's very important for us to understand pandemic risks, to overcome the pandemic risks which we have, to not to support the economic increase, and it's very important to support the macroeconomic stability. The things that which has our pandemic crisis experience facilitate the sustainability of economy for external and internal part. And we talk about the middle perspectives of the court reformation, the necessary condition for potential increase. And in my personal opinion, for the day, we have all possibilities to the pressure with the public society and support from the Western partners. Even on the external threat, we have all the possibility to make all the process more quickly, and from this government apparatus now we have lower than 10 or 20 years, and as for me the pandemic will make this trends to be quickly and gives us the possibility to have success with the digitalization process, product security, distant work, all the strengths which for today must be for use of Ukrainian economy. And finalizing my speech, I would like to come to the financial sector language and say one more time, please, say long Ukraine. Thank you, Sergiy Nikolaychuk. Thank you, Mr. Sergei, and dear participants. Taking into account that we are out of time, I provide the session of question answer go to the coffee, and I would like to ask all of you for the coffee break, and we'll come here in 15 minutes, 15 or 20 minutes. The coffee break will be quickly, I take it into account, and very quickly we will have the first discussion panel for today. Thank you. Good coffee.
В Україні платформа для онлайн-торгівлі ВДП з миттєвими розрахунками. Користуйтеся усіма перевагами інвестицій в ОВДП. 100% державною гарантією виплати, 0% податків, достроковим продажем. У новому сучасному форматі. Звісно ж, з вигідними котируваннями та мінімальною комісією від ICU, понад 10-річного лідера ринку ОВДП України. Ви можете відкрити рахунок онлайн та торгувати ОВДП з будь-якого девайсу – лептопа, планшета чи смартфона та будь-якого куточку планети. Це просто, зручно та зрозуміло. Спробуйте самі. Зверніться до нашого консультанта. Станьте клієнтом ICU. Завантажте додаток за посиланнями в QR-кодах нижче та починайте інвестувати в ОВДП по-сучасному. ICU Trade – це великий вибір ОВДП для будь-яких ваших інвестиційних цілей, від найкоротших до найдовших. Фільтруйте та обирайте те, що потрібно саме вам. Можливість продавати ОВДП за ринковою ціною у зручний для вас час. Навіть якщо у стакані на продаж ви не знайдете свою ОВДП, ви з легкістю можете надіслати запит на ціну та гарантовано отримати пропозицію від ICU. Контроль вашого рахунку 24/7. Поповнюйте та виводьте кошти зі свого рахунку в зручний для вас час у декілька кліків. Зрозуміла та прозора звітність за усіма операціями на вашому рахунку.
Holding on with two hands, she said nobody touch me. I'm on the edge and I know this place too well. Looking for 5 of my time to feel like I'm in control. No hesitation, say to me it's over. And I have to leave this. Love feels too real to me now. Baby, can we talk about last night? 'Cause if it feels wrong, then I don't wanna be right. I want you tomorrow and tonight, telling me that I'm your type. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Then I don't wanna be right. Then I don't wanna be right. Holding on with 2 hands. She said nobody touch me. I'm on the edge and I know this place too well. Looking for 5 of my time to feel like I'm in control. No hesitation, say to me it's over. And I have to leave this. Love feels too real to me now. Baby, can we talk about last night? 'Cause if it feels wrong, then I don't wanna be right. I want you tomorrow and tonight, telling me that I'm your type. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Then I don't wanna be right. Then I don't wanna be right. Don't see where they land, but I already know I'm going under, far from the sinking sand. You cover your eyes, realize that this time you're in control. I'm hesitating, say to me it's over. And I have to leave this. Love feels too real to me now. Baby, can we talk about last night? 'Cause if it feels wrong, then I don't wanna be right. Let's get electric, let's get fire, let's get all the things we always used to be. Let's get feeling, let's get higher. I'm feeling the way I always wanted it to be. I got it back for the first time, and you're the only one I see. Leave it from the last time. Midnight's always where I wanna be. You got that kind
Шановні пані та панове, дорогі друзі, звісно, не хочеться вас підганяти, але вже потроху варто повертатися до нашої основної зали, тому що за декілька хвилин розпочнеться перша дискусійна панель Українського фінансового форуму. Тому допивайте свою каву, доїдайте тістечка і повертайтеся до зали. Dear ladies and gentlemen, of course I don't want to hurry you, but in a couple of minutes we're going to start the first panel of Ukrainian Financial Forum 2021. So drink your coffee and come back to the main hall.
September fades, but you stay the same. Evergreen. When I'm cold, I watch it snow, but you never leave.
Шановні пані та панове, шановні учасники Українського фінансового форуму, будь ласка, поверніть.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please come back to the main hall where in a couple of minutes the first discussion panel of our forum will start, waiting for each one of you.
Start the first panel of Ukrainian Financial Forum 2021. We are waiting for all of you.
You pushed me right into the deep end, girl. Ain't got no choice but take the dive. Forever in my life I see you. Forever you're in my eyes I can't lose. Forever I know where we're gonna break through. Forever you got me knocked down. Knocked down. Yeah, you got me knocked down. That's the part of my defenses.
Шановні пані та панове, будь ласка, проходьте до головної зали. Маємо розпочинати.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please come in the main hall. We are about to start.
Forever you're in my eyes, I can't lose. Forever I know where we're gonna break through. Forever you got me knocked down. Knocked down. Yeah, you got me knocked down. Knocked down. I can't deny it's early for these feelings. Can't explain what put me in. But I learned some things happen for a reason.
ICU Trade – це перша в Україні платформа для онлайн-торгівлі облігаціями внутрішньої державної позики України ОВДП з миттєвими розрахунками. Користуйтеся усіма перевагами інвестицій в ОВДП. 100% державною гарантією виплати, 0% податків, довгостроковим продажем. У новому сучасному форматі. Звісно ж, з вигідними котируваннями та мінімальною комісією від ICU, понад 10-річного лідера ринку ОВДП України. Ви можете відкрити рахунок онлайн та торгувати ОВДП з будь-якого девайсу – лептопа, планшета чи смартфона та будь-якого куточку планети. Це просто, зручно та зрозуміло. Спробуйте самі. Зверніться до нашого консультанта. Станьте клієнтом ICU. Завантажте додаток за посиланнями в QR-кодах нижче та починайте інвестувати в ОВДП по-сучасному.
Пані та панове, за хвилину розпочнеться наступна.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a minute, the next part of forum is going to start for each one of you in the main hall. Please take your seats.
Можливість продавати ОВДП за ринковою ціною у зручний для вас час. Навіть якщо у стакані на продаж ви не знайдете свою ОВДП, ви з легкістю можете надіслати запит на ціну та гарантовано отримати пропозицію від ICU. Контроль вашого рахунку 24/7. Поповнюйте та виводьте кошти зі свого рахунку в зручний для вас час у декілька кліків. Зрозуміла та прозора звітність за усіма операціями на вашому рахунку.
Отже, шановні пані та панове, розпочинається.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, the next part of forum is about to start. We are waiting for everyone on their seats in the hall, but we are to start already.
Отже, шановні пані.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you those who are already in the audience. I hope that in a moment our hall is going to be filled. I understand that you are solving global issues. We understand it very well, but anyway, we are to move forward. The first discussion panel of Ukrainian Financial Forum 2021 is starting, and the topic of this panel is reform dialogue. Please meet the participants of this panel, and first off, Moderator Dmytro, Koshovyy, Editor-in-Chief, Interfax-Ukraine. Of course, we invite our esteemed speakers. Stage, Sergiy Marchenko, Minister of Finance of Ukraine, Ruslan Magomedov, Presider of National Commission on Securities and Stock Market, and Alexander Alshansky, Deputy Presider of Executive Committee of Reform and Director of Investment Holding. I hope Mr. Alshansky is going to join us soon. Ladies and gentlemen, starting to go back to the audience, I think that we may go to discussion bit by bit, and I, with pleasure, give the floor to the first person, moderator. Good day, everyone. Hope the audience is going to be filled now. Unfortunately, I cannot get used to the light yet. I see that there are still free seats. We're waiting for Mr. Alshansky. We had a promise that he is going to come back in a couple of minutes. I would like to ask you to check the phones if the sound is off, and second, please participate a little survey. I hope organizers are going to help me, and it will bring the survey points on screen, and you will also see them. One QR code is going to be on display that you may participate and survey through. Last changes that happened during the previous year. The forum did not take place previous year, maybe more than 1 year's length. You see the QR code is on display. As far as I know, only one. This is main reform. I would like to warn you right off that we'll have the similar survey at the end of the session. However, with the reforms we'll expect in the new year to come, year before the year until the next forum. As far as I understand, many people count time from forum to forum, at least in ICU as far as I understand. Okay, let me try. Doesn't work that close. And doesn't understand on this distance. So what do we have? The distance I'm at from this QR code, my phone does not understand it. This is some kind of different object for the phone I have. Now let me calculate the reforms which, in my view, that I also approved with our presenters, organizers, disappeared, but I have them. Which reforms deserve attention that happened in Ukraine recently is launching the land market, transfer to the midterm financial planning, eliminating limitations on selling a foreign currency, launching electric power market. If you think that there is also something substantial important, please choose the last option. It seems to me, let us give ourselves a minute or two, but now we have the second to none leader on display. Some still vote, but let us give the floor to our participants to save time. First, what are your ideas about those results? Do they coincide with your opinion in terms of what are the important things Ukraine made for investors during this year and maybe for country's growth in future? Mr. Sergiy, let us start with you. Good day. First of all, thank you for invitation. I'm very pleased to visit your forum. A very specific time for Minister of Finance. We are preparing budget for 2022. We understand status perspectives, the changes that need to be done in terms of survey. I would say that we are to respect the society opinion. Society deems that the land market is one of the most important reforms. This is how it is. The professional people here, specialists who understand what is going on and how it goes on, we need to accept that this is a fact. This is not only your perception, this is also perception of international community. And us being public servants, we consider launching a land market is to be one of key reference. But I would like to draw attention to a change also. I wouldn't call it reform because the word reform sounds often in this context, often does not bear any sense behind it. Changing budgeting system, launching midterm budget planning, I think is one of the key changes in public administration area, enabling us in the first place, Ministry of Finance, to plan clearly for 3 years to form the system of relations between different branches of power within the government, and it allows us to prepare budget for planned year, usual year. We take as the basis midterm. All the main managers of funds, ministers know the limits, and now the discussion is only about key priorities and how to fund those. So discussion is not brought down anymore to looking for money for salaries, paying for energy, utilities. Discussion takes place about specific policies that need to be supported, so to say, in 2022. I think that from the standpoint of systemic changes, this is the key achievement. We are also on the eve of pension system reform that I would also like to say a couple of words. It happened that we got involved into this process, and we are looking for ways to launch pension reform in 2023-24. Why Ministry of Finance? Because you understand very well, because to launch this pension reform, we need to look for fiscal space. We're speaking about accumulative mandatory level, and the state budget will be the key mechanism of rearrangement. We are actively discussing the format to launch pension reform, but the key thing I would like to note is that the professional community, market, and probably society are ready for this reform. I think personally that it will give impetus for stock market development, and also for the general society to understand that so to say, paternalism, and that some are going to resolve the issues instead of you. That is what we need to forget as fast as possible. And we need to think about accumulating and creating, so to say, benefits for ourselves, for the retired to be people. When I was interviewing, I understand very well the statistics we have today. Today, 10.9 million retired people, 9.7 million people who pay a single social contribution. The trend, unfortunately, is going to be the way it is. We may not change demography drastically, so we're challenged that you are such unrealistic perspectives. I'm very skeptic about this. Things said, all we have we may use for our benefit. Dream is fine, but there is no money on account. The dream is not supported by anything. So I give preference to dreams, and in this case reforms that may have the basis, the foundation. This is the most important, I would call it perspective reforms and changes. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. I'm very happy that you are joining us. We are discussing, we made a little survey thanks to our audience. 106 people participated, which reforms they consider to be the most important during the previous year and a half, and we are discussing the results, and then we to go to discussion. Mr. Alexander, your opinion? Third place, somewhere in the middle. All second, after London market and capital market, new commission. You're welcome, Dima. Thank you very much. I would like to thank organizers. I'm also very happy to find myself in this audience. If I speak about voting results, I think that they're really pretty realistic, because land is a resource which is limited. It is not created, and it isn't possible to create on industrial scale. And in many civilized countries, the land market is working for many years. We haven't had it in a long while, and it is difficult to overestimate land market launch, because now land is a commodity in a good sense of the word. Person may own, may rent it out, sell and buy land. And this is very good support for the financial market of our country, because if we speak about stock market, the main problem today is having no instruments, at least in my view, as more than 90% of what we have in Ukrainian domestic stock market is the Ukrainian bonds. The controller emit Sergiy Nikolaychuk. This is good, but the market is a place where something is sold and bought. And if there is only one commodity, there are very limited functionality and missed opportunities for the country. If we look at voting, for many, the new law that entered into force on capital market did not gain many votes. It is on the third place. Maybe not everyone read up till the end. Yeah, this is what I just wanted to say. You're reading my thoughts. Not all people in our country read laws. Moreover, it is pretty big. Land market is understandable for everyone, and capital market probably not very clear terminology, so many did not get interest in that. So due to law entering into force, many more possibilities are open for us as a country and regulator. Commission's name is Commission on Securities and Stock Market. Due to law, it's not regulating only security market, also community market, part under the regulation of Commission on Securities. This is a big chance for us. Why? Because, as I mentioned before, today, unfortunately, historically, there are no instruments on stock market. Okay, there are some objective, subjective reasons. The main reason why no tools are issues on the financial market, because historically the security issuance have become unwillingly such as a result of privatization. Unfortunately, within 30 years of our country's financial independence. I cannot remember many. I cannot even remember issuant who has become consciously issuing securities that have become the blue token or something. It has become burden for many during many years, and after time it has become into market with intransparent operations that needed to be cleaned. As a result, we gained certain vacuum. Today, as I mentioned already, we have few tools, and this led to cut in number of participants. If we speak about stock capital, the participants who are within the orbit of our interest are capable of bringing the drive in. They have what to trade, they have the instruments, but we need the rules, transparent, non-discriminative for all participants. The main problem of commodity markets in our country, including all the requests from international organizations, are about building transparent market, all the energy, for instance, and the commodity markets. So I would like to note that with your help, the help of participants, regulator may not build anything on our own. We may create conditions for the market to develop, and I will try to do everything possible that the market participants, stock market existing participants and new market participants to be able to jointly build transparent market that would be of interest to domestic investors, because it's not a secret that very many citizens of our country have a lot of resources. They're just hidden somewhere on the pillow because there's just no way to invest. I was the investment company director back in time. People are not related to financial markets, just visiting and asking where to invest the money. Today, when they arrive and ask where to invest the money, as a rule, they are suggested fixed income, the domestic debt bond, and I think this possibility opened by launch of land market and capital market is a possibility to build a market that would be interesting and useful for us as citizens. We all have some savings and we want to invest it somewhere, and also not less interesting that foreign money are about to arrive here. In 2011, investment was the stock market, though many complain that we have problems with the court system and such. We remember that in 2011, a lot of things were much worse. Some risk parameters that we may digitize. The problem of Ukraine today is that there are no tools. Maybe they are even very high risk. Nevertheless, the investor will appear for such instruments, and it will enable to have a stimulus for our market, important stimulus. The second point I would like to note, the common reform, second level of retirement support is very important at the moment when we start pension reform, to have emerging domestic quality issuance and instruments. Obviously, the first couple of years, main investment will be into domestic bonds. This is correct. This is reliable, robust mechanism. But in order the system to exist fine in long-term perspective, we need to make it all in parallel. Because just launching pension reform, not taking care of instruments, it will not appear on its own. Everyone say, give loan money and it will arrive. There are certain risks here.
Instruments which can lead to the losses in pension money. It's not only in investment, it's like it's money for the For people who are growing older, I will give the floor to Alexander. I will reduce some time. First of all, the first point concerning the land plot marked when take as a land plot, we will not have more. It is not produced. You must understand when you launch the land market, it's a point which is has been started in year 100. But unfortunately, it was finalized by land market. It's a global process, and people just put it on the first place. It's a and the second point, what seems is important in my opinion. Let's see the situation from the upper side. The 7 years of the USSR, the 1970, the economy of Russian Empire has stopped, and then USSR has become, and then in the 90s we have the split of the USSR. We have Ukraine, we have enterprises, like some people who has privatized something. Which unique resource we have? This resource is absent in the world around. Actually, in the world around, all of things was securitized. Land and the product line, product operation, and operation with debts. All operations, transaction has been securitized. It became before the Second World War, and this process is finalized in the World War. We have this big resource. It's a tremendous resource for Ukrainian economy. To print money in the national bank, it's a dangerous thing. It's a dangerous. We will the inflation, and nothing will. But the second thing that when you available paper, it's a very useful thing. Then your available paper will do the same function that the money can make. They will not create inflation, they will not create the chaos on the monetary market. It's a normal way. Now just think about the volume. Ukraine can securitize a lot of things. The world has this experience. We can securitize land and the product markets, debt markets, and we can make the volume of the instruments for valuable paper. If you will count, it's trillions of hryvnias. We have empty market. We have empty access, but it's very hard to read the effect of this process. That is why, in my opinion, if I put the question, if you have the lucky strike, what would you like to do? But the lucky strike can fulfill only one desire. From the point of view of the economy, I will make I will securitize all of the things which can be. I would turn into valuable papers all of the things, shares, lands, into all things that are futures. Into the valuable papers. So anything that's possible. It's a tremendous potential which can put the great development. I can not even know how I can describe this reality that we can receive. The big role, I think, that the Commission, Ministry of Finance, but I think from the point of view of the economy, it's a way that we can make no real obstacles to this. I don't see any obstacles. We have the legislative restriction, but we can change it. There are mental restriction, but nothing which could be impossible. This is all. Thank you. We have a discussion now. A slight remark. have singles that all of the money which could be near the pillows buy with the GDP. So thank you. For all assets, if you would like, besides the GDP, would have things that we could buy, the idea, this thing. About economy of Ukraine, right here, more than 25. It's a problem to make the available paper. It's not a big problem. It's problem if the people will buy, if people have a trust. I will respond to you with the citation of Hugh Daldin, who was responsible for strategic bombing of Germany. He was asked, nobody could win the war by strategic bombing, but he responded, but nobody had tried it. Yes, Sasha has a right, because nobody has tried to do it. But the rights have reached, and I think that we will make some efforts, and I would like, I have the chance to do the advertisement, and I ask those one who has a desire to make the emission. We can do anything to the company who is interested in to the emittent, qualitative emittent, could make this emittent. This is a little emittent. This is a football club. I would like my opinion. First of all, the land market, the funds and the emission. Maybe we will buy, we will find the physical individuals and make some agreements, but in 3 years we will be able to do this. But then we have a new initiative, not 10,000 hectares for legal entity, but 500. And tomorrow we have 100. This is a problem that key problems of this is a problem of the trust, as a problem of the trust of the decisions that we made. We know the gas market was made and restrict the prices, and electricity market rights to the 30% and then the prices income law, the budget declaration. How guarantee we have that it's for 3 years? For example, in the autumn, Latvia by this let us price the medium salary or big construction activities. I say this, but which guarantee you give to the investors? Is possible to give such investors which is availability that in 3 years we will live in this restrictions that we have stipulated. I can give a guarantee only in the restriction of my responsibility. Nobody can do give the guarantee. Of course, Verkhovna Rada can make any decision and say that we are not able to expect be some top idea, but the thing that I can say that we have frames which restrict the appetite and restricts the understanding that we have the macro data and we have income, and due to this we can take into account our possibilities. They are restricted because we have some this calculation. If you don't have such calculation, if the questions would appear, maybe somebody will calculate bad way. Now there is a possibility that to be in the discussion, beginning from May to June, to discussion with all the macro data, and then come into the decision. And we have the understanding how you base on the calculation. We have any decision that made, and then have basis that you from this is better than from the white paper. Let's make the budget double size. Of course, it can be, but it's just a decide. It can be that project. It's not a project that act for all of the meeting with the colleagues in ministry. Yes. With the colleagues in ministry, we have a format it's very hard to convince us in something if they don't know what do they want. But the format is very simple. Please tell about your needs, which targets you want to reach, and then we will communicate. It's hard to make discussion when you concerning a certain program without understanding the aim to view what we like. With the colleagues minister, it's very simple. Alexander, thank you. It's citation again. He told that the guarantee is only when the insurance policy. As we are during the financial, we can transform the citation. You are worried for the risk about the risk of the restriction of the land of the market, 500 hectares against of 100,000. Please emit the available to make it possible for the market to restrict or not restrict. All of the things, it's our instruments. We must be able to use it. One campaign, as you will have one instrument that another person will come. He told, I don't believe the Ukrainian government, they will restrict the market. Don't buy this insurance policy. It will be state insurance company. No, it will, no. Somebody who is present here must do it, but believe it will be not bad business. And the next question concerning the reformation dialogue and of informator is, for me, it's interesting fact that a lot of reformator in Ukraine, not one, but not feel a lot of joy. But if they have a bad situation, bad situation in Ukraine, so reformation are been proceeding in better way. Yesterday, the day before yesterday, we have the results of the budget during the deficit and about the deficit that was planned. We have the deficit 6 million hryvnia during the 8 months. We have really a lot of money. Will it help in reformation? It's a problem. I will explain. When we have planned the budget, we were blamed that we were more optimistic than we should do this. We meant that we are realistic in the situation, but that we revealed that we were pessimistic, and it was a problem from the Ministry of Finance. And when we have our plan for the income, and we have there are a lot of possibilities must be spread in additional way. And you would like to reduce the deficit. If you talk from the point of view of governance and performance of the budget, it's the same problem. We not enough fulfillment. I would like to make the compliment for Minister of Finance. Usually, Minister of Finance is such a position like that we have. We don't have money. We don't have money. But this year we don't have this notion. That is why I would like to make a compliment from the Minister of Finance. The single thing, you must be careful with this evaluation, because a part of this money, part of this deficit, it's inflational. And when we evaluate the things which are happening, we must make a discount for this and be very accurate and not to count the inflation income, which in real physical income of and physical increase. And actually, the situation is much better. This actually, if we will take the history of the planning of the budget, the quality of this work is being becoming better. Now we have a good data, not only for general performance. But due to the articles, we have good focus on the budget, and I think it's Ministry of Finance one more good point, and one point, a lot of things we have prescribed for macro forecast concerning Ukraine, and unfortunately for Decree 4, it's become a good result, but we have to forecast is better than worse than 4. Yes, in Nikolaychuk we look nice, we have impulse and them impulse, but analytics don't believe that for this impulse we will use them, and maybe we will think that we will use another impulses, which reformation and initiative could persuade, not only persuade, but increase the temper of development of such. I understand that more than 4 is not so good from the point collaborative, but more or less. Sure, we would like to have the higher level that we had planned in the evaluation from analytical center. They are, I think that it's hard to evaluate the end of the year because the main capital of investment and main taxes have been planned on the first quarter, and the situation will get in better. Then it will be related by the analytic basis of the this result by the second quarter, and that is why for improvement of the data and the constant stable retail product turnover, and we have the driver, it's internal demand, and nothing has been changed on 13% and we are kept into the stable depot zone. With the construction production, and we not quite some pessimistic forecast, and that is why those that we made into the planning of the budget, they true, and concerning to the budget, and it will be possible to
I would say here that basically Minfin is not interested in gaining momentum of inflation. On the one hand, there is part of inflation income, not significant because we planned inflation higher than National Bank did. On the other hand, expenses depend in part on inflation for us. So we're speaking about the right balance here. And I would say that by the end of the year, we expect a stable situation both with public finance as well as economy. We do not foresee any drastic shocks. I think at least 6% GDP is going to happen this year. I have a game I play with my friend every year for GDP, and this game lasts pretty long, and I almost never lose. Ukrainian GDP, yes, we bet GDP. I did not bet next year yet, but I may say that the investment portfolio increases 100%. If I bet, we play for money, everything is honest. If I place a bet, it will be higher than 4%, substantially higher. So to say it will be 5.5 or 6, and I rarely lose. So you may take heed. You'll see what is going to happen in 1 year and a half. What makes me so reassured? I'm reassured because the capital investment growth expected. We analyzed many indicators and we see that capital investment grow or about to grow substantial in different sectors of economy. Again, as it was mentioned here, second part of the year is usually stronger than the first, and I think that next year the forecast 4%. Today is super mega pessimistic, of course. there might be some force major situations, maybe ahead of us once again the serious COVID lockdown. Even in this view, I think that 4% is a very pessimistic forecast. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. I see that the second survey is started. Please display it on screen for all of us together to do it. Let us also spend a couple of minutes for that and then continue a discussion. We already started discussing the next year reforms, tax amnesty, pension reform. We talked a little about Mr. Nikolaychuk, late great hopes in the relaunch of a higher Justice Council, and VKKS, please a couple of minutes participate. VKKS High Qualification Commission of Judges. Unfortunately, not too many people here who may guarantee us the court reform. I don't know. Is there anyone who may give guarantees on the court reform? But anyway, we see the expectations from investors. Interesting. Is this expectation or rating of problems as a result of voting? We were choosing those that some first steps are made within, not some labor code, so to say, some that we speak a lot about, but which stuck somewhere at Ministry of Economy project level. But those are some where some laws are already adopted. The only thing is that constitutional reform has no law adopted, but other reforms we do have those. So I think by responses that the right reforms started in Ukraine, and I remember the Prime Minister said previous year that we shouldn't plan to have retirement pay if we are in pretty young age, as the World Health Organization defines until 45 or something. Excuse me, we have more or less two leaders, one second to none, legal reform, and big expectations for pensions from NIC that we launch of commodity exchanges, security market. We see that those are much way ahead than all the rest. Pension reform then. Let us say a couple of words about pension reform 2023, 2024, what needs to be done this year and in 2022 in order for those expectations to really be met. Well, in reality, we need a law, and I hope that it will be adopted this year. An important thing here, anyway, pension reform is very important and necessary, at least in order to, numbers are very important. When you see how much you may spend, what you possess, what you may expect, or instead how much you owe, how to say, correctly, gives you some food for thought. When you're speaking about something general, unrelated to you, like today, solidarity system, people not give a deep thought because they don't see numbers. If you have the pension reform launch, and every person who's interested in that via smartphone going to some institution, they may see the number that they might get when they become of age. They might think, is this okay or not okay for them? Maybe they should do something to make it bigger or to take care of preserving this. So relaunch, I think, should start in the first place from the psychological perspective. People should see the number and what they earned up to. Second, loan money will come. Experience of Poland. This is possibility, but I would like to underline, this is not unconditional possibility. This is the lottery ticket, win ticket. If we use the money economy the right way, it will be a real it may be a real explosion. Let me focus on the most important problem that exists in pension reform and think in general for capital market in Ukraine. Look here, what is the problem? Problem, strange enough, taxes. What the problem is, I believe 30% years in our country, maybe the cumulative total inflation rate. If we count everything in hryvnia, the tax for capital increase will be the decisive law that will determine the future of pension accumulated money. Your humble servant wanted to open insurance company, and I hired expert from Austria, serious person who dealt with insurance business in Austria for the last 50 years, and he told me, look here, conclusion is very simple. You will find the money, no problem, but what are you going to invest them to? What asset you may buy now to be sure that in 30 years it will not lose. No, we're not speaking about increment and price. We're speaking about losing price. You are going to buy anyway foreign currency containing assets. Assets de facto nominated in FX and not in hryvnia. So the capital growth tax is going to be what happens to your investment portfolio. If we speak about this ticket to be winnable, I think that desperate disease may be cured only by desperate means. I would limit some amount from income for people, like they're limited in America, and I would eliminate the capital income tax from this limitation, because the country will not get money there. People are not going to invest money there because they're not going to believe that it will return, that assets not depreciate. Some concessions we do have. Pension reform at the expense of some new accruals from citizens. I'm speaking about second level or not, and second, how much this money may be collected in 2023, 2024, and how much from this amount may go to other areas but domestic bonds. Taxpayer is going to pay, state budget will pay to cover, not by increasing the tax burden, but at the expense of the redistribution. By redistribution, the percent of SSC part most likely will be the new budget program of the country as the investment of the country. The burden is not higher for citizens, not higher for taxpayers, but obviously this is redistribution of budget monies. If this is priority, the country thinks that this is priority, the cost of this some percent amount. If not the domestic bonds, I doubt that for that point of time there will be something that will have enough protection and null risk. FX bonds, hryvnia, of course, only hryvnia. National Bank is applauding, right? Very many of you here. I want to specify, when I was speaking here, I was speaking about magic stick, like a strike. I would give the possibility for people to invest in the pension funds in form of having no capital income tax. Important here what Sergei mentioned, to have instruments that possibilitate investment. Unfortunately, as a regulator, I must say that we have cases when private pension funds work not honestly, and the money that pensioners invested disappear, because this is a planned operation to get the money out, and this correlates to voting a lot. The most votes are for our justice system restart, so to say. If we may not ensure rules are kept, which is the most important, if we eliminate the paradigm that no matter how strict the laws are, no one fulfills them. If we eliminate this, we have a chance. We're speaking about domestic bonds. There are no instruments reliable enough for the domestic accumulation pension system. If we're speaking about Maslow pyramid, this is not the basic importance. Pension accumulation is what requires additional security. If we're speaking about issuance and instruments like that, they're almost non-existent in Ukraine. And our objective during this time, it's not going to happen overnight. We're speaking of 2023. A couple of years will elapse till this arrangement works comprehensively to have next year enough instruments, reliable enough at least to invest half of instruments into something different from domestic bonds. If you say, I don't want to use the state pension funds, I'm ready to risk my own money and go through something different. We will have it, but later, okay? We're waiting for. And the goal in life, which is, I understand that tax matter is very difficult for Minister of Finance. Let us assume that we made the impossible and we created some super reliable instrument that does not lose value. For instance, we printed the golden coins. National Bank made metal accounts on level of National Bank. Tell me, please, what's going to happen next? In 30 years, so to say, inflation, for instance, makes hundreds of percent. In existent taxation system, basically all your accumulated money value will be taxable with this law, because everything will grow 5 or 10 times. Clear enough mathematics. What to do with that? Absolute dead end. If we do not lose this issue and all the rest, it mathematically turns into the blind alley. Domestic bonds without taxes. Any asset you buy today for hryvnia for 30 years, if we assume that this asset real value does not change, then its value nominated in hryvnia in 30 years should grow, so to say, 5 times. It means that you will pay taxes from 5 times growth, even if real value did not change zilch. And we are coming to questions. It is difficult for me to comment. I'm the proponent of taxes to be paid. I'm consistent here, and accusing me in supporting a model is difficult. We may discuss any model. Most important that this is just. Sincere accumulated pension monies are important stimulus for system. Thank you. I see the right part of the audience. Left is a bit light impediment, but I see one hand here. I don't know how many people. United States pay taxes from income in Ukraine. The tax office wrote, I bought some bonds in 2003, now it's 28. I pay taxes for all the difference. Not on all the money earned in America, but on the difference. I don't think this is very just. People pay 18% of taxes all their life, and now you have this amnesty 5% for people who never paid taxes. who may enter paying 5% and become white. I don't think this is honest. I think the most important is to think how to do, for instance, 10% next year for those who honestly pay 18% all their life and those who don't pay anything. Let them pay this 1 year 10% like everyone else. Okay, I don't understand why I'm to pay 18% or more from the rate difference. And those who were hiding money somewhere abroad at home now pay 5%. Is this honest at all? This is a remark. How to improve the system? You suggest to continue the tax amnesty. It's just 1 year, the honest discount within 1 year for those who never paid and for those who honestly pay. Because it turns out that we pay 18% like we do all their life. And those who never pay say that 5% pay this year and no one's going to chase them. It's just like a frisbee thrown. We are not speaking about the people's deputies who get their salaries in envelopes. So nothing to comment here. Look here. We're speaking here about perception. Those are psychological stories. It is desirable, this one-time declaration, to have its effect. So I'm supportive of, even if some amounts are declared, for society in general, it will be better than if we pretend that we are fine. It will be not just those who pay taxes honestly all life. Why should they do this declaration? But we need to underline this. For instance, after this one-time declaration, what we should analyze is the property gain, other assets. If you cannot explain how you gain property, this might be a point of concern. Of course, if people are honestly paying taxes, it shouldn't be a problem. But from the standpoint of initiative and possibilities, this, I think, is a good, a positive step. We'll see the attitude of society, whether society is ready to declare at all.
It's I see everybody in the whole very good. Let's okay, I will start. Sergiy Nikolaychuk, Bank. One remark, please, and one question. A remark concerning the macroeconomy order. Please pay attention. Also, since how the prices of the manufacturer have been grown, the prices have been grown to the it generates the income for the Ministry of Finance. And from the other party, if you will say with the private company acceptance, how GDP is growing, when the company sees the income 40% and plus minus stable rate, you see the situations, then the economy is growing quickly, and that is why we see the dissonance between the Western analytics who gives bad forecast and local company who said that guys, we have more better things than we have expected. This is a remark. And concerning the question, I like the opinion of Alexander concerning securitization of the assets. It's an important market of the assets. It's a real estate market. And the question for the discussion, why we have so less instruments on the fund market for the investment on real estate sector. If you will see the Commissioner for Real Estate, I see the short remark with the prices of the manufacturer. We celebrate all the information that we have. I just didn't want to raise this question, but if we raise these questions, we understand for the sake of what we have the income, for the sake of what we have the tax of the income taxes, prices for 20 million more than we have planned. It's the obvious response. It's prices for the world market prices. It's this over income which were paid by metallurgic mining sector and also retail bank. It's a top 20 taxpayer, and we clearly understand who they are and for the sake of what they have been paid. So the illusion that we have something here like administration of the taxes, we have efficiency for the GDP. We must see about the tax services, and we have the trend, and we estimate it in proper way. And now we have another problem: how this trend not to put into this next year, because the desire. I would say to not the income, it's obvious thing, and the latest falling of this prices of the raw materials can be the situation the next thing, which can be different from this, and we must understand why we are pessimistic and careful on this. We calculate everything, take into account all of the data, and concerning the real estate, I have slight remark. I think I will be in we have 56 to 0. We have the fair taxation of the building sector and the securitization of the if you don't like this because from the 22 billion of the developer income, it's not builder use of this possibility, but from the 22 billion it's a zero of the taxes, VAT taxes, no income tax, nothing spent. We didn't mention this fact, my colleague. I think that the mortgage application, not start mortgage, but I think that become bankrupt with the value. We don't have bankrupt here. All of the bankrupt, we rescue all the bankrupts. We create Ukrainian corporation, leasing and hypothec, state hypothec institution. We are the state company, and all of the liabilities of the state company have been guaranteed from the state. Is it possible to make this securitization for this company? I think that will be a new company with new instruments and deal the company. We must make the process of the transformation. And we will have the possibility to give. And I would like to say that besides the state, we have a private company which now starts the process of the emission of the valuable. It's a market. Yes, it's a fund, but not this fund that were created, that Sergei has mentioned them for the optimization, but the funds which have on the aim the involving of the investor to invest into the real estate to get the income. If you don't have enough when you buy property, you have to compete with for money, with somebody to compete with. It's very hard to open the hypothec through the 579 through the fund of entrepreneurs, and I say thank you for those banks who collaborate with us. But it's a history that we just trying to grow something where nothing is growing because we don't have proposals. And that is why that banks forgot how to work with such instruments. And that is why, it's for the stage the understanding comes through the understanding that we have the only start of the market. We must finalize, but very briefly, you will put the questions and we will finalize. And OTP, Alexander, take into account your background. Why you take concerning the securitization and not tokenization? And maybe I don't know something. I'm not very well in digital society. We have a panel for expert panel with the National Bank, National Committee was a valuable paper, and I will say the same thing that Roman Sergiy, and we have the panel, national panel, tax panel, tax with this. If you have such a panel, how we can enter, and why didn't we create such panel here? Not with tax. No, it's a question with tax. I have two questions, and thank you. And somebody. Thank you. Natalia Betuska, insurance of life, 20 years, and in Europe 200. When I meet my colleagues, Croatia, Slovenia, and they see how the market developed during the many years, and comes to her country, and having 90%. Please, questions. I would like to tell a little bit about problematic and the question of qualitative and fair taxation with a loan investment for the client who come to you. Unfortunately, in government which come here, we have only 4 companies in Ukraine which have such types of services, and I would like to pay the attention of Mr. Marchenko of the more qualitative taxation of the loan investment. When a client inputs their own client, and when we talk about the client, not client products, we have another approach. Thank you. Like a telegraph. From my point of view, tokenization, securitization must be the same thing. And I think that the committee for value paper will put into the legislation a field, tokens, which will build on blockchain. And we will be able to use it the same way with another instrument. I think it must be instrument, but I'm against tokenization without regulation, because we have seen how it ended in another states. 90% of that, more than 90% of tokens stopped the movement. And the second, about the panel of with the tax inspection. Here, I would like to focus the attention of everybody. The problem is not in the Ministry of Finance and tax inspection. We have the single authority which stipulate the taxes. It's a parliament. Only they can change the taxation system, and if you have the panel must be made with them. And very briefly, concerning the tokenization, the committee is the active participant of a Keynote Address with the virtual assets, and we think that very regulation, all civilized countries where the legislation has been adopted, the financial regulator, they take the foundation for regulation of the market assets, and think that Ukraine will not be the exclusion, and the committee for valuable paper will be of the regulation, because as a journalist says, we have this the question of regulators are very discussive. Thank you very much. Thank you for all of the participants. I'm sorry for the delay, but now I thought to let them go. I would like to continue to talk with them. Thank you very much. Let's support with applauses our first panel participants. Please don't go away. We have next panel just now, and all of the participants, 3 of them, will stay with them. You can communicate with them during the lunch, during networking, and now we must go on, and we must say thank you to the participants, moderator Dmytro Koshovyy, and our speakers Sergiy Marchenko and Alshansky. Thank you. And then come to another panel, the second panel, which has topic, digitalization, or what do we need to the approach of the investor to the market, and the question of the market. We have the participants of this panel. So now, please welcome the moderator, Evgenia Grishenko, Deputy of ICU, and the speakers, Irakli Parament, member of National Committee and the Stock Market, Maxim Dmytro, Alexei Yudin, head of the governance of National Depository of Ukraine, Oleg Tkachenko, head of the governance on the calculation chamber, and the Petro Chernyshov, private investor in OVDP, the founder of Kontora P, and member of Council of KSE. And that's all. I hope nobody disappeared. We start another panel. Everything change. The main thing that all our speakers are here. Come here. Now everything will be on its place. Colleagues, one more time, good afternoon, my speakers. And when we see the voting, first question before our panel. Scan the code, please. Our panel will about the digitalization, what should we need about the massive investor to come back and to invest. In principle, year 2019, we have the similar panel. We took into account these questions, and during 2 years, we make the step forward and have the mobile appliances. We have the approach to the online trend, which is a big progress. Okay, we wait for the question. Yes, the first question. What hinders the client to invest? Registration of clicks, the absence of the instrument, or low financial education? Okay, the leaders and the low financial education. The problem, we know this low financial education was being the problem for the year 2019. The activity of National Bank, it was the marketing of national obligation, and we have the wide instrument, and the absence of the high instrument are the leading factor. And today, we have the panel for this question, and the availability now, we try to have the wider line, not only DP. And the things that I told from the year 2019, we had the big progress. We started the registration of the client online registration. Then we sell. The pandemic has shown that the online registration is necessary, and the key change is for the capital market. And now maybe you don't like it, it's like the play market player, but we must understand the long-term perspective made the positive step forward, which will make better the investment and will give the guarantee for their money. And my first questions will be to our participant, to Irakli. A lot of sub-law acts which will regulate the trader. What do you see the possibility for for the traders, more qualitative to the digital services come to the online space, and in principle, your beginning for the market to work the qualitative instruments and your vision in the nearly perspective. Thank you, Eugenia. I would like to comment this slide concerning the low financial education. Yes, it's a problem that we work in this not only 1 year, and the parallel reality of the 10 or 100 companies which provide the services like investors, they brokers or investment companies, they name themselves, but they provide to invest in the different sector in binary in bio aspects. They don't know. That is clear that they provide the appliances you can in Google Play Store, and it's clear that this activity has nothing common with real financial commerce. It's smuggling, but more or less our companies will compete with them because business is exclusively in mass market. Involvement of innocent investor, it's easier to such plans without no monitoring, just put money and just to become a trader. In this situation, the committee and other regulator is necessary to make lower the bureaucracy because risks the prosperity. What's in the committee, we have made a step for normative act. We made the changes in financial monitoring. We give the possibility for remote setup of the client with the help of the system of bank ID, with video translation, and now we will do the deep activity, and then we will simplify the servicing of the bills by the signature to electronic signatures. Basel 703 we have provided a range of norms with the possibility will is the owner's obligation. Besides the direct come to the platforms, and in general, the committee from the party is ready to make any steps because in the period of pandemic, the question of fintech digitalization are very acute.
Moreover, the possibilities provided to us now by Ministry of Digital Transformation, Minцифра functionality enabling distance setup of non-resident, they, I think, simplify a lot of the activity and give the solid foundation for development of this technology. Thank you very much. I think that all the first fruits will be very useful and important, and many expert groups that now will continue joint activities as we see the digital entry is the only way for the investor to invest into stock market. As we started speaking of Minцifra first fruits, there is close interaction and paperless program is where financial sector also participates. We also try to involve DIU into this area. Also we work actively to de-shadow those assets. Please, Maxim, tell us, what is your vision? What do you think will be the impetus for investors to enter to stock market, to invest, maybe some instruments, maybe simplifying activities? Thank you, Zhenya. Well, if we speak about the virtual assets market, although in the first place it seems all the colleagues are stock market participants, and I'm like them extra one. Despite interpretations, many people have some impressions that those are some unclear Beethoven's bitcoins that used to fund weapons and so on. At this point, this is one of the most interesting, promising markets in the world. Capitalization over 2 trillion, and this is just the beginning. The scope of sales, several billions a day. And if we speak about where Ukraine is there, unfortunately, this is unofficial information, as it will appear only after the regulation is established. It is around 1 billion hryvnia a day. Absolutely comparable numbers with the stock market of Ukraine, as far as I know, of approximately the same kind. 98% are state debenture papers. This is like over 50% of increase for market of financial instruments and stock securities. Whether we like this market or not, we cannot pretend that it does not exist. That is why, for now, not for now, but for more than 1.5 years, Mintsifra set itself an objective to introduce regulation on this market. First we started from was identifying the problems existing. Now, first, there is no legal environment. All I'm speaking of is parallel reality of some kind taking place in other space. No possibility for a company to register, to continue some activities within the legal framework, and due to that, no possibility for potential investor, professional, or just households to legally invest their monies, to display them, to declare so. So this is the list of issues that we have set an objective to resolve, and beside that, to create the great promoting environment both for Ukrainians as well as foreign companies to work on this market. So at this point, I thought that this was my presentation. It is coming up. What is happening now, to have understanding? First reading is passed, and second reading on draft law on virtual asset. It is expected soon. Excuse me, are we going to have presentation? Yes, presentation is coming up. Technical. May I ask you to raise your hands for people who have some experience in owning virtual assets? There are people, but not very many. Maxim presentation. Yes. Let me just say, open slide 3, please. Oh, next one. To understand where Ukraine is at this market, based on biggest analytical company data, Chainalysis, the biggest one on virtual asset market, Ukrainians are at the first place in using crypto assets by population. So about millions of Ukrainians are facing in certain way of tackling virtual assets or dealing with virtual assets. Number 10, number 20. Now this rate is reconsidered, but we're definitely within the top 3. Once again, I will say that despite this being substantial in parallel space, we may perceive it as a problem in a way. On the other hand, we may perceive it as a huge opportunity for our country, as the market is new and market's got a big potential. As we see, Ukrainians, even having no legal environment, find a wish, motivation, and possibility to get integrated and to actively take active stance on these markets. As I understand, not to take your time, those are monies involved by Ukrainian companies. At the expense of involving investment. Also, the numbers Minsifra set as an objective, resolve the legal framework issue and to create a good environment, and most important, providing working financial monitoring on this market, because now it is substantial absent. Those are the problems we have faced, we have analyzed, and I told you about. So this is basically 36, 37 law does not work. 36, 37, who are interested may read the draft law on virtual assets that is soon expected in second reading. And what will we have as a result, and the way the regulation is going to be built. Minsifra, in accordance with this draft law, is a policymaker. Also, state service is foreseen to be created that will register professional service suppliers. As it was mentioned at the previous panel, this is important, that virtual asset is a brand new instrument. If till now one could divide pretty clearly financial stock markets, money, commodity markets, virtual assets based on the technology nature may have different essence. At some points it may be employed as money, at some points as utility function, and some situations be an instrument for investment. So we have foreseen the possibility if virtual asset has possibilities of financial instruments. They are subject to be regulated by National Commission for Securities. If there are assets which are the coverage for some money, loan for instance, it will perform the function of money also. Important also, as I mentioned, to introduce financial monitoring in this market. Ukraine is already lagging behind from the developed European countries and United States, where regulators learn to work efficiently. There is some myth that this market is not transparent. In reality, this market is much more transparent than banking system, as it was made pretty unexpectedly, and regulated needed some time to learn to work with this market. So this is how the market is going to look like after regulation is introduced. Some pivotal points: legal framework, to be a regulation possibility, to be a physical and legal entities, to be able to use it officially and to show in the economic activity. And they also expect, as resolution of these issues, to be integrated in the banking system, opening accounts, transparently, legally, to display incomes and the structure of company. What I would like to say to finalize what I started with: many take virtual asset markets as some incomprehensible and intransparent market, and many perceive this to be a problem. Probably the main message I wanted to bring to you is that we may look at this not only as a problem but also as a possibility. It resembles me the most the similar situation 100 years ago. The vehicles were made. This is a problem, some safety issue for people. In Britain, the laws were adopted that the police officer should have a flag moving in front of the vehicle for those who want to use this vehicle. As a result, other countries took the lead in this market. And the same, we see the virtual asset market as a possibility. Market is pretty new. Leaders are undefined yet on this market. for them, for us, for regulators, our citizens, determine who are actively present on this market. So we see this as a certain potential for a country. As we see by numbers, market is pretty big now, and if we even introduce transparent rules on this market, Ukraine may become one of the world leaders in this market. Thank you, Maxim. Thank you very much. If we keep on moving here, like from 2018, 2019, maybe it will become driver, investment possibilities, expansion. Irakli, if I may, let me disagree. We're not going to discuss, argue. We will be doing this in the Ukrainian Parliament committees. Commission does not support 3637 draft law. This is Ukrainian know-how to regulate crypto exchange, crypto assets by ministry that does not have any expertise in terms of regulation as such. Yes, Minцifra is a body that could become some element of infrastructure from the standpoint of cryptocurrency, but by no means a regulator. Thank you. Very brief, I comment to reply the comment. You know, I call this some may regulate, we call this in our country, regulator syndrome. You may regulate a bright market, but if we choose between protected, working according to the rules market, and non-working according to the rules market, and promising market to give its possibility of development, the way the whole world is doing, no one understands this market completely, but everyone learns to work with it step by step. So this is the approach we use, and we'll be happy if you, like NBU, will be working with us and support. Let me reply also just within a second. You know, from the standpoint of supervision, from the standpoint of this fine material of supervision. There is supervision on securities, commodity products, with wood and so on. But I'll say it, even if there's a cocaine supervision, different algorithms are applied, but the supervision the same. The very law from the standpoint of regulation is the same for all kinds of products. I think that if this instrument will stir a big discussion, it will deserve attention. I think it will resolve issues and will jointly come to denominator and will become also active participants of this market. Besides that, important infrastructure instruments are national depository and center of accounts. My question is to you, Alexei. What do you see for yourself as opportunities to providing us depository institutions to support more the rights of investors, or maybe how to simplify our activity in safeguarding securities in securities institutions and so on. Thank you, Evgenia. Please bring the slide on screen. Wonderful, thank you. When I was preparing toward this conference, I wanted to look at the development of remote meetings of stakeholders and to look in the perspective at what was happening lately. Everything started basically previous year when the pandemic emerged and the joint stock companies needed to have the stakeholder meetings. In a way, there are no suitable mechanisms needed to reply. Somehow National Depository developed system in the abbreviated as possible time. This is not the system that they provide the final beneficiaries, but the system enabling a remote meeting. So the will expression of the stakeholders took place via depository institution. Now 154 remote meetings have taken place. The system has shown itself successful. The next stage of e-voting development in Ukraine was what was suggested by Law 738, that now it is not approved and Justice Ministry about the system for entering into operation is ready for the remote meeting of bond owners system to enable in a civilized way for bond owners to convene together and resolve issues, if any, with such security emission. We need to take into account some things here. For the system to operate well, this norm is to be mentioned in bond issuance, and the system is to be applied to the new bonds in the process of emission. If we are speaking about NDU in the perspective, what we would like to achieve, we are speaking about a huge system that could serve the security owners in, so to say, hybrid mode, meaning that part of owners are going to convene offline, part of owners are going to convene offline. All of that is going to take the facilities of NDU, and to make it possible, we need the 24A83 draft law to be voted to become a law. We hope that maybe next year or in 2 years it will become a reality. Now we are working actively on providing the market the comprehensive fully-fledged system of electronic voting. Next slide, please. If we speak about the foundation of National Depository of Ukraine, paperless approach, when we may cancel paper document exchange with our customers and also within the National Depositarium of Ukraine. We have developed a service which was started in 2017, and now over 70% of active customers use it. All depository institutions and very many issuance. This service develops unstoppably. I may say now that the dividends and coupons are paid for via depository system are accompanied by electronic documents. I was told a story that impressed me a lot, that for some issuance, the registers that are collected in paper may be 40-50 centimeters big, meaning hundreds and hundreds of pages with records about stakeholders, joint stock company, web office of the client, enables to exchange these documents with the issuance electronically. This is also one more example of paperless, having no necessity to move the paper. You understand that paper is always problems, human factor, errors, accompanying process, and you is aspiring toward 100% of turnover to take place electronically. Next slide, please.
And I will finalize my very short speech concerning API. I would like client in Ukraine, and now I talk about the owners of the assets and obligation can fulfill the obligation in depository system in remote way, by electronic way, using the smartphone. To make it possible for this purpose, Central Depository, National Depository of Ukraine must provide the market the condition and banks for on the basis of the services of NDU to provide the services for the end users. And for this purpose, National Depository of Ukraine work on API, which will give the service for our client. It's for investment companies and for banks. Finalizing my speech, I would like to say thank you for ICU and mention on 13th of September we have the conference for the Calculation Center National Depository of Ukraine and also BEPADA, where we will get into detail the considerations, this question. Sergei, thank you very much. Thank you. It's more political change of information reglement and operation, transactions, and the possibility to widen the services and integration. It will be the things which are focused on, and when this hinges us with information for the again, 15 minutes, it will be some quantitative time. And my question is to Oleg. Please tell us the services in the center will be planning or renovation, optimization, possibility as know-how that we are waiting for. Thank you, my colleagues, thank you ICU for the invitation for the conference. And I will continue the things that Alexei has told us in this conference. Is the activity in the market is reduced, and maybe possibility of the market here. When I came here, I didn't know on whom I must be focused and how I would supply the information. First of all, the center, maybe with the organization which has overcome the change in the legislation. Yes, you can be, you put the bank license, we made the transformation, and thanks for God, the market didn't wait any problem with such transformation. That is why transformation is going on. We support all of the services, and we work to improve all of the services. I will orient for those surveys that we see, and then see that this instruments are hinting people the opening of the accounts. And from the point of my point of view, we are in those time frame when people are not ready to spend a lot of time to get some kind of services. And services are becoming more and more digital, and that is why when we did not supply quick services, nobody will use our instruments for today to put money in deposits and money and cards which are without coming into the department, and science card. We have the progress in this issue. I think that the fund market and capital market must be tuned with the bank at this time. With the bank and the GDP that we talk about since it's a nice instrument, and almost one instrument on the market that we have. VDB must have participants have the same quickly that they put money onto the account, and we are being the infrastructure and do anything possible to make this possibility more quickly. And I think that the general aim must be the following: the participants get into account that they have the VDB can be only on the deposit, and had to decide to buy VDB. Nobody, he didn't buy it before, and during the 10 they had the account of valuable papers account without entering the company, which trade of this with the paper. That is why What sense it can do? First of all, we register the clients and we work. I hope we will enter the finalization of the process. The broker will try to register the client. That will become during the day, and we will take such clients in electronic way, and we will put on the margin the same day, and for this client to be able to buy the papers the same day during minutes. Not so communicative with the broker, we can take to this not broker to send, but you will do this. Yes. We do this to make it quickly, but I will do make take into account the tactic and strategy in the framework of the legislation that we have. We will make it quickly, but I will take into account the possibility to reduce from extra links. The registration, it's a must, and you can get rid of it. You must do this two things. The center, the subject of financial monitoring, imagine which service in the center are not the subject of financial monitoring. We were clear in the agreement made the subject monitoring. Always the subject, we have one more subject, but it's you see it's Belgian stops with the subject. If we will start, we'll get rid of the registration before the client before the agreement. The second thing, financial education and information supply for even for professional participants. They can be able to use the accounts of collective records for broker to be able to take his client, not to register his client on the bargain and see, but taking having the making the agreement and at the same time open the account. It must be the simultaneous processes, not the consecutive one. We must make the links shorter, but we have some scenes. We must make the parallel process, and the productivity will increase. And the second thing, the money from us to the bargain. From the point for today, has several processes been made by broker to have the possibility to transmit money, and for us, he must make two activities, and without any activities, this money must be made to the account. In this context, the single monetary position, didn't you take into action for the client to be able to sell from the both depository on your level? Yes, we took into account such possibility. We can decide this question in several ways. Which is the problem? Yes, we have the monetary position, we have paper in the national depository and in the depository of the national bank. The process of buying on the different depository takes about a half of a day. Our first stage, we reduce the hour from one position to another one. This will make shorter, and to unite it, we have two ways. The first way, it would be the best one when we in one depository have all of the papers. It will be without risk. What problem do we have? That we have two depositories with their standards. We have different standards, and you don't feel it. We get this standards and have two depository. If we have the one register we make the one of the depository of such depository will not have the transaction and another will make the transaction. This it will be impossible to work with this document. It will be a difficult situation, and we work over the situation that we must agree the standards. What can be if all of the papers will come to the one depository, or we can release this risk, and this is a terrible risk, and we will be able to come to the single position, and the things which is our position, we will make this, we will make the minimum actions to enter to our client will be able to enter the market. Thank you, and very nice innovation, and we come to the formulation expert opinion. Petro, you are the one of the experienced investor in the market, because in the arsenal we have a state obligation, corporative instrument, investment fund. You will, cause we read your publication, and you have experience of, and it's interesting to hear feedback with you, know-how. What is not enough for the investor? Do you agree with the vote, and what things must be changed? What the desire for the regulator, for infrastructure, trader, for bank? Thank you very much. First of all, the previous panel, from my point of view, come very boring. Maybe it's very nice and interesting for you, but for me, Zhenya, it's very boring. I will make some diff. What should we do? If you must jump, and as far as I understand, I see you invited me to make two claims. First of all, that FTZ is call assets. No, Zhenya, let me, and then you will say. Now I will make is a call asset, but still they don't have the income for the inflation. But if you remember that we have dollar stable, it's a call and asset. And the second claim, I see you wanted me to make that their appliance inside of the transform is a very cool appliance. And it is so, I would put the NPS not less than 8. It's really nice, and it's really comfortable to work. And it's after this, everybody who presents here must make the conclusion. You understand which conclusion you must make. But I will effort to myself to discuss another topics. I would like to say that on Ukrainian markets, actually it's less of instrument of investment. So deposits are not the investment, something different. And if we are talking that we have OVDZ, we think about another things. We forget, because what will find the whole, and people who have money, they also found. And we have two instruments for investment. For all people, it's real estate, and this market is not regulated. The previous argument, and don't pay taxes, and nobody is protected, and you cannot give the apartment, and how to do for younger. People we have the crypto active, and for young people you must invest. They fund this investor with the help of brokers who are not in Ukraine. The things that I think so. One more second. It's very hard to hear all of the problems about the problem, because all of the things, and in 100 months it's on the virtual assets. You can momentarily reach credit, financial instrument, one asset, take another one, and this is the reason why we need if you will react to this market and the market proceed very quickly. I understand that the market proceeds very quickly, and when we have turnover, it's a fantastically not regulated market, and it's explosive and something will happen. And here Zhenya asked me to comment why people don't invest into VDZ, and I must say why people in Ukraine did not have any investment into the instruments for investment. The absence of the appliances to make it easy to buy and sell. From my point of view, you have another problem in Ukraine. All of the financial assets, all of the available papers are not being tested in trial procedure. Somebody is buying it, there is no trial proceeding, and in Ukraine that in Ukraine, you know, the rules that the only weakest person will pay the debts, and when in Ukraine you see that you have a right not to pay your debts, and you will not have the responsibility for this. It's possible you cannot declare up to 400, and I don't see a lot of people with 400,000 assets who come to trade in the private bank, but you don't have a crowd of people. You have in online space, you have so crowded people. Yes, okay. You will show me the data, you will show the figures, but I just want to say that the market will be on the dominating of state banks who continue, but they are out of the forces and for waiting of the non-resident, and we must be friends with the International Monetary Fund, and such non-residents, they come and they go. I don't know about any state in internal debts market where it was being non-resident share. I don't know such states. The market can be developed only with own citizens and inside. So, and the third thing I must say for anything must be good, that we don't have the instruments. I must help regulator. We negotiated to depository help to simplify. It's work with the cooperative paper. We don't have the cooperative paper. Why? Because we had the experience of 2010, 2011, when nobody paid this. And today, the quality of debtors are better. And here we have but that is why the debtor have been paid. They are on another level, and the trader estimates them in another way. I think that in year 2010 you told the same thing. The regulation was another on another level, and that is why due to legislation about the protection of the investor. On the previous panel, I have heard the fantasy about securitization. As I would like to say that securitization is a secondary instrument, and when your national instrument doesn't work, the law protection system don't work, and make the secondary instrument where you don't understand what thing will work and in which way. I think it's a strange fantasy, like a pension fund.
Investing money for 30 years, maybe they're not going to be paid back. And you may consider your population too stupid. We think that reforms are important, and the voting showed this will be one of the most important reforms next year if it will be implemented. At this stage, investor opinion is very important. No instruments, yes, we agree. We are going to move toward that, to fill market with instruments to make it secure, protected, not to go to courts trying to prove who is right, who is wrong. So colleagues, the discussion was pretty lively as a result. Let us come back to questions. We have a little time left. Let us go to questions from the audience. Good afternoon, Julius Paris. TR Data, my question is thinking, how do you evaluate the scope of market on ICU trade product? How many customers do you plan to involve? First and second, I have a note how to develop market for present here. Many years on this market, no young blood on this market, and financial knowledge level is pretty low. When I speak my children about securities, first question, what is that? I suggest us to work more on financial knowledgeability to improve the knowledge of our customers. I support the note in terms of plans. They are grant at maybe 10,000 customers, and the orders drop after release and mobile application launch. We had the very big interest, but now we are impeded by open infrastructure available fast. We're working with Commission on that, trying to work with Digital Transformation Ministry on connecting via DIA. If we eliminate those infrastructure, nuances, be able to open accounts in 15 minutes. In a year or two, clients will be thousands, 100,000 up to 1 million. Thank you once again. About Revolut, do you think this is positive impact to market or negative impact? Do you think we should be afraid of such strong competitor? Revolut will enter Ukrainian market of securities? Yes, I think it's impossible. They're afraid of customers from Ukraine. They open accounts on large scale. They're not afraid anymore. Maybe this is revolutionary. News, one of the Revolut founder, minority owner from Ukraine, he understands very well, but they shouldn't go here. They closed the accounts before. If Revolut is about to come to Ukraine and opening accounts for Ukrainians, does ACU think this is a competition? We are supportive of healthy competition. Competition creates improved services. If the alternatives are more, the service is cheaper, the development is more quality, and the more quality people working with us, with regulators, infrastructure element, to improve conditions, which I think make life better for all of us. I don't see this part. I support Dmytro. Same question to you. Taking into account my question, I support completely your project, this initiative. Tell me please how this idea is going to be developed, customer experience and the journey. This is like a digital passport table of Soviet times. Why? Because you are very many and I'm only one. I'm not dealing with DIA. I have very many projects. I focus on virtual asset markets development. In terms of DIA, I might say that this is just the beginning. Really, we are the first country in the world who launched a passport in digital form. But we will say that this is important infrastructure. Part based on which very many state services may be built upon. So very many services, possibilities will be available for our citizens. Ukraine will have very good positions to show something good for the world. I may speak about DIA. I was proud when I was crossing border. They said on the border, when I showed COVID certificate, well, great, and let me through. Thank you very much for that. And Moreover, it was loaded very fast. Please, you and your question. That's it. Center of accounts question more to regulator relating to infrastructure problems emerging from all the present. Only Koshovyy touched fin monitoring issue, which is very difficult. Banks have become beasts lately. They monitor us, the subjects of primary financial monitoring. Can we unify registers of financial monitoring for them not to monitor each other? Why bank monitors pension foundation administrating? Why they monitor Koshovyy? Why they monitor a pension fund? Who opens this information completely by regulator? As a result, the accounts open with delay. The transactions do not take place because the accounts are closed. We don't work with cash. We don't have the cash desk. Can we make a one-stop shop for the physical entity for them to enter the financial system of Ukraine? Any financial institution to be able to work with this entity without further identification, especially now within COVID, where all the procedures become remote. It would be very contemporary on agenda. I think that this is the question to National Bank, but I will try. See, we are regulator professional participants who, in their turn, are subjects of primary financial monitoring. Those requirements are laid down on legislative level, so any change, especially relating to financial monitoring, is a very fine material. We are to approach it comprehensively and in a constructive manner. Please, last question in this block. Yes, I was passed along. In terms of instruments, panel about instruments, law 738, we had the regulatory arbitrage, meaning that virtual assets market is there. For those who know, there's a little shit on wood market. For those who should regulate, who shouldn't regulate, whether to enter the stock exchange or to enter exchange, no. Question to speak as Irakli as regulator. Do you sense there's a potential behind the organized commodity market, both unusual assets, spot ones, as well as derivatives? And Peter, what do you think about derivatives for electricity? Moreover, if the prices for electricity are growing after this period, we need to hedge gas, electricity, wood, I don't know, something else, some raw materials for pharma. What do you think about commodity derivatives? Let me start, if I may, from the standpoint of commodity market. We expect absolute potential. Take into account that the law entered into force just a couple of months ago. There's big activity on commodity stock exchanges. We'd like to see some heavyweights on those exchanges with the world size capital, world known players. Now we have only one player, however, pretty big one, and the commodity market potential. Basically, in my view, if we take the capital examples, unlimited in a way. We have very many commodity goods, agri sector, wood, some construction, important resources, so the potential is very huge, and we are going to move advance from the standpoint of a commodity market expansion, because the stock commerce of commodities is moving toward transparent price formation, respectively to bigger resources. I should say something. Yeah, how I try to say this. There is no stock market in country, though they say that it is not. There is no market of corporate bonds. Some will say that it is, but it is not. It is emerging, yes, emerging. With that, people say, let us make some exotic markets. Let us make futures traded for some markets and exotics sitting here. I want to say, if futures trade, you said about electricity or some wood, Ukrainian wood, is going to take place at some exchange. I respect somewhere in Europe. Maybe it is possible to invest there in the right way. However, if it takes place in some Ukrainian exchange, we will need to wait till the court trial is over, and then the business will continue. Have a question, I promised. Hello, Peter Shevchenko, and a business question to Evgenia. Do you plan to add some other instruments in this application beside the OVDP? Maybe security is very important now. Is investment into United States market. Maybe you'll provide the service, already providing this, and commission on securities. Due to over 50,000 investors to United States market, are you going to regulate it also somehow, or you're just going to watch money moving away to the other? We're speaking of expanding line as much as possible. We're speaking about structure cooperation, and will not touch upon international securities. Today, we are more proponents of international securities to be traded locally, to simplify infrastructure here, but there are many underwater stones, from the tax legislation to customs legislation. We are to improve this line to be available for Ukrainian investors, like for any European or American one. From the standpoint of regulation, I'd like to add that we see regulation in our country for foreign securities from the perspective of capital not leaving this area, because this is the only way we may protect the rights of investors. As if we have this chaotic commerce, all of us understand that it takes place everywhere to a certain extent. Thus, we'll not be able to protect the rights of investors, which is the objective of our regulation. So we're going to do everything for this to remain within the area. Now that's it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We may applaud the participants of the second panel discussion on digitalization and what is required for large-scale access of investors to the market. Thank you, our moderator, Evgenia Grishenko. Your applause, please. And of course, all our panelists, Irakli Baravia, Maxim Demyanuk, Petro Chernyshev, Tkachenko, Alexei Yudin. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, at that, the second part of Ukrainian Financial Forum is over. Now we're going to make a lunch break. Enjoy your lunch, all of you. For your convenience, we split food court, one here in the hall, other closer to the Golden Gate. If you see the line somewhere, you may move to another part and to have a lunch there. Please watch time at 14,000. Second part is the start of the Ukrainian Financial Forum. Enjoy your meal, everyone, and beside lunch, tasting goodies. There is a stand in the lobby that you're sure to visit and to see the way ICU trade application works. After that, come back again, because in the second part we have important negotiations and discussions on domestic bonds, your bonds, and other dreams and realities of Ukrainian capital markets. Enjoy. See you again. Beware of announcements.
ОВДП з миттєвими розрахунками. Користуйтеся усіма перевагами інвестицій в ОВДП. 100% державною гарантією виплати, 0% податків, достроковим продажем. У новому сучасному форматі. Звісно ж, з вигідними котируваннями та мінімальною комісією від ICU, понад 10-річного лідера ринку ОВДП України. Ви можете відкрити рахунок онлайн та торгувати ОВДП з будь-якого девайсу – лептопа, планшета чи смартфона планети. Це просто, зручно та зрозуміло. Спробуйте самі. Зверніться до нашого консультанта. Станьте клієнтом ICU. Завантажте додаток за посиланнями в QR-кодах нижче та починайте інвестувати в ОВДП по-сучасному. ICU Trade – це великий вибір ОВДП. Фільтруйте та обирайте те, що потрібно саме вам. Можливість продавати ОВДП за ринковою ціною у зручний для вас час. Навіть якщо у стакані на продаж ви не знайдете свою ОВДП, ви з легкістю можете надіслати запит на ціну та гарантовано отримати інформацію від ICU. Контроль вашого рахунку 24/7. В зручний для вас час у декілька кліків. Зрозуміла та прозора звітність за усіма операціями на вашому рахунку.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, rocket.
що, шановні пані та панове, дорогі друзі, час обіду спливає. За 5 хвилин будемо розпочинати наступну частину нашого форуму, тому запрошуємо вже повертатися до головної дискусійної.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the time for lunch break is finishing in about 5 minutes. We are going to start, so I invite you to go back to the audience.
5 minutes, we're going to start the next part of our Ukrainian Financial Forum. So please welcome to the main hall and take your seats. Отже, дорогі друзі, шановні учасники форуму, я знову і знову запрошую вас проходити до зали, займати свої місця.
So, dear friends, dear forum participants, please, you're invited to enter the main hall. We'll start next part of forum. It is impossible to do without you.
Пані та панове, дорогі друзі, ще
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, once again, invite everyone to come back to the main hall. In just a moment, the next third part of forum is about to start.
to the main hall. We're about to start the next part of our forum. Отже, пані та панове, за хвилину розпочинається третя частина, тому чекаємо на вас усіх у залі. Рівно за 1 хвилину ми розпочинаємо. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna start in 1 minute. Дорогі друзі, за 30 секунд розпочинається третя частина форуму. Чекаємо на вас.
Dear friends, in 30 seconds, the second part of forum starts. So waiting for you all. 30 seconds to start.
Така новина, всі, хто зараз не прийдуть до залу.
The news, everyone who is not going to enter the main hall are not going to be allowed to after party. Please come in, we want to see you, not only now but in the evening also.
Все, дорогі друзі, ми розпочинаємо третю частину.
So, dear friends, we are starting third part. I would like you to be able to reach your places within those 30 seconds that I'm going up on stage. Thank you for your understanding and for respect toward each other.
Все, починаємо? Да, ну, в принципі, якщо пане Руслане.
So, shall we start, Mr. Ruslan? If you don't mind, I'll introduce you and all the other. Here, thanks personally for discipline, and friends, I thank you for returning from lunch and not continuing to do some more. Thank you, everyone, for those on stage and for those in the audience. We start third part of Ukrainian Financial Forum and our next discussion over the domestic bonds, IPO, corporate securities, realities and dreams of Ukrainian capital markets. Please welcome those who are going to speak about this now. Panel moderator Ruslan Kilmuhametov, Director of Department of Issuing Debentures, ICU company. Welcome. And our speakers, Yuri Butsa, Government Ombudsman on Managing Public Debt, Yaroslav Shlachov, Member of National Commission on Securities and Stock Market, Yulia Galati, Deputy President of National Bank of Ukraine, Oker Gazban, Director of Capital Department, Konstantin Lekhitsky, Treasury Director of SK ARX. Mr. Ruslan, I give the management to you. In the first place, thank you everyone for coming here, dividing yourself from lunch. I managed to have a quick lunch. It speaks of interest toward the market instrument. Thank you for introducing me. I couldn't have done it like you did with such an established voice. We're very lucky to convene one panel, people representing issuance, investors, liquidity providers to this market. The key areas I would like to touch upon today are two. Which instruments we may also see, because everyone says no instruments, it's a fact. Second question, where to get liquidity to sell those instruments. There is a liquidity, but not quite. That is why I have a first question. In the first place, question to Yaroslav, representative of Commission on Securities, and question about, I guess, basic instrument. We work with for about 20 years now about corporate bonds, any bonds. Why there are few bonds issued today? Excuse me, I will add right away. And what Commission plans to do in order to make more such instruments in the first place. Thank you for invitation. Very nice to participate in such events. In terms of instrument, it's a complicated matter on the one hand and pretty simple on the other. I understand that the instruments, corporate bonds should have alternative in form of loan possibility involvement, because it has the target period defined our intention. We see that credit is much simpler instrument than corporate bonds. Here we are coming to formal procedure of corporate bonds, wishing improvement. Issuant evaluating risks of getting loan and issuing securities, chooses risks related to loan, which are understandable to him. Second part is probably issuant does not understand completely the priorities of him being issuant, because he does not understand it and does not understand himself in this area as issuant. An important key point is also liquidity availability on the market. Those are three issues that the absence at this point of extensive offer of corporate securities is absent on the market. Yaroslav, look here. There are matters from these issues belonging to your work and which are outside of your scope. For instance, pricing on market is not your matter. Liquidity probably also not to me as underwriter. For instance, I arrive, start a mission. I deal with 4 to 6 months complete cycle from preparing placement, like technical placement. We all know the term, right? And it reaches the market in about 4 to 6 months. What, in your view, may be done? And basically, we met in summer, even provided some list of recommendations, what was done, what else may be done. Not 4 6 months, but maybe 5 days. Is it possible? You see, those issues are brought up. Part of issues are global, which, among others, require reformatting the processes within the Commission in terms of documents going through Commission. We deal with that. This is very in-depth process, which, in my view, should be based on the substantial matter, what we want to get from the issuant. We set certain list of necessary documents in order to get from him something. When this list is too cumbersome, we may simplify it. With that, we have to clearly understand why we do that, what we would like to regulate by that in the process of issuing paper. Second key point that was brought up, and we work on the first one actively. However, this is a more prolonged procedure requiring quality change, not just placing documents or removing one of them, meaning quality new approach to the paper issuance. There is a second part where issuers going for paper registration. To understand that the key difference from the loan in issuing corporate papers is the level of issuant, level of loan taker. Commission establishes high requirements, unlike credit, where it is regulated by the risk degree, backup regulations on. Also, the creditor person involved in the money is evaluated by bank from the standpoint of risk, or reserved or regulated by interest rate. Issuant is a bit different. Issuant, in the first place, should be a quality legal entity representing quality product. A guarantee of this quality, registering it to a certain extent, is on the shoulders of Commission and securities. By that, also defending interests of investors. So here, important is reporting and auditor view on that. This is the point that was highlighted at the previous events we have visited. We tried to do some part of that. We established the unified requirements, which, in our opinion, is a big step. We agreed about these requirements with the auditor chamber. It was a pain because Commission requirements auditors did not understand almost always. I do believe you. We approached to one matter that audit takes place within the international audit standards. However, we as regulator, including the necessary issuant level proof, requiring some financial statements, some reporting that should be manifested. Little question, first, when we'll be able to see something, approximate time period in terms of issuance. And second, is there instrument in the process of launching? Let me leap ahead. The deposit certificates of bank, we'll speak of it a bit later. New instrument having interesting feature, making it different. Registering legal entity in 1 day or registering something else in 3 days. Why cannot we do something similar to the issuant registration that launched the second, third, fourth, fifth issuance of bonds, where you have all the initial information about legal entity? 3 days, 1 day is not 2 or 3 months that we just spent for the papers. Emission paper, deposit certificate, excuse me. The matter is we have a quality issuant where we confirm that this issuant is quality, so we may give out some procedures, including for national depository. We have in order for us to switch to that step. I see the switch to that step. With the issuance, we now understand the issuance that we know from recently issuance to support to be quality. Emit issuance requires some documents in terms of disclosing information and the documents. I see the change and the transition here. It requires a change from the inside. We need to rearrange in terms of issuing and registering within the Commission, look at the processes, which part of the processes we may give away.
If you make a private issue, it's a 3D. If you public issue, it's a public audit with all consequences that you see that we have partially give something, and when bank has it's a digital signature. It's a signature. It's a documental done. It's a documentation for depository basis is more actively been made. The next question, it was concerning the liquidity, and this is a question to you, regulator, the representative of the national bank, who has a lot of such liquidity. And the question, you are the regulator of the bank system, and today the bank system is being regulated in such a way that Alexandrika will not let me be untrue. It's impossible to take the corporate obligation because the reservation, it's not reservation, it's an approach to regulation in such, it's made in such way that not public paper with the public publicity. It's not simple for big company. It's been reserved for the 100%, or you will put it to extinction, and it will be not. You will not be able to trade with it, or you will be fined by the regulator. And bank are biggest holder of liquidity, and we don't have we have only one. Single units, and the role of bank, as they must be the provider of liquidity. Is it possible to change the approach to the liquidity or change something? If we if we're talking about the task before the national bank, it's a question of providing a financial stability, correspondingly of bank regulation, of best practices. And when we make the liberalization measurement, we must evaluate everything in the complex. All our measures that may made from the year 2015, they not correspond to the matter of time, and we must tune with the market and negotiate with the measure. We will focus on the question of the quantity of the issues, the credit possibility, and for us we had the internal discussion, and we had this question in the focus of our attention, and the measurements that we made, the short perspective, they must also but the task for the bank, it's around the evaluation of the credit risks. It's possible to have the disbalance risk, and when we know that we have some practice and operation in so-called garbage valuable papers, but National Bank will not let this. But we must make liberal the approach, and the approach is to liberalization approaches will not be the rigid moment. We interested in this, and also in the context of collaboration with International Monetary Unit due to liberalization of the credit risks and demand to the capital. We must consult our partners, and it's impossible to reposit risk for National Bank and the consequences for Ukraine. But we are ready for this dialogue, and I emphasize we understand that the range of measures that we have the year 2015 and the event of 2015, we must be taken into account, and if we with the cooperative obligation, but it's a complicated discussion. It's very important to have dialogue not only in horizontal way, National Bank and Committee from some issue, but maybe we must understand the profile of associations. It will not be rigid measurement, but we will come to the meet, and it will good for the development of the obligation market, which, for my point of view, is in not satisfied way. You understand with this short remark that as a listing level in our, as far as I understand, it's important. We have only 5 valuable paper. It doesn't depend on credit quality. If you talk about the requirement from influence to the capital in the listing papers, de facto, let's be frank, this is a dead market for the bank. From another point of view, I would ask Mr. Kirichenko to add if something necessary to buy from National Bank, and National Bank is sitting nearby, and what actually do you need to actively trade, not only an obligation of the state debt, but corporative obligation. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the National Bank for this support for municipal obligation, because they give push to the market. As I took the decision about the possibility of municipal obligation to the refinancing active National Bank, and also from my point, from their point of view, they took the decision concerning the estimation of the bargain of the municipal obligation, and the problematic concerning the corporative municipal obligation is that bank, for example, the issue is coming, good issue is coming. We will not, we don't make the bad issue, but no, we don't have bad ones. Come and said we would like to issue the corporative obligation. And it will take 6 months on commission, and after all of this, bank needs to persuade the issuer to come through the listing, for bank not to list off of the issue. And, but it's possible to but you can make the blank credit without influence to the capital. The first question, I think it will be depending. In any case, it will be not 100%. We have questions to Gazbank. I have one more question. Due to corporative issue, yes. But to come to the requirements to the listing, maybe we will. It's better to change the listing requirement, because now to make the listing, it's you must love paying to have the public issue emission of the moment must be focused on each other, not escaping. From our part, we are ready to move for the demand for the issue, necessary listing condition to the listing condition and questions. Initial steps, it's rather a long time, and because you don't have the available paper, and it will be made after it will be the first initial placement where a bank cannot enter. This paper must become through several steps to come to the value, to become value. Of course, we will move, and we are ready to open, and we decide the first obligation can be the first sparkling scene. it's not the mega spark, but it's possible to burn the flame, and we have enough wood. I wish it will not be like a year 2008. I hope that the bank system is interested in those possibility of input and support the clients which can come and can be issuer, qualitative issuer, and the liquidity of the instrument is obvious because all banks participate. Yes, I think it's possible to have two focuses. Avoid this focused on national bank and say, please liberalize, and then with 6 months bureaucratic system. I think it will be good initiative, and for which on practice unfortunately will not be realized. The next question is continued discussion with Oleg. Oleg, 2 years ago you have issued a lot of municipal you have issued in municipal obligation Kharkiv and Kiev. I don't see this. A lot of bargains. I don't see new emissions. What has happened? What has happened to this market? Why there are there is no proposals what to do to increase it? In effect, the demand is growing. The main problem with the proposal, because by decentralization system we have already talked about the problematic of the legislative basis when municipal budget turned into territorial communities turned on the budget of the city. But today, for current department, we have the discussion that in principle it's possible, and this normative had placed more than the year. Plus, at the same, pandemic has been influenced, and the budget cities were not sure in the budget and servicing of the debt. That is why, from one point, we had some pandemic break, and it was facilitated with a normative in correspondence registration of the issue. And you wait that the next year it's possible to see the emissions and such questions. I remember that the latest issue has changed the rate. The first rate was 11% and then 18%. It was market now. Both for the cities and for the markets very available. It's flexible rate plus margin, which will be tied up to the national bank and take into account the city from 2% up to 5. I think 5, 2.5, 10 or 13. It's a competitive to the valuable paper. And one more question to you. As a big state bank, you've been servicing a big enterprise-wise. There is no state company on the market, state obligation. And this is a question, first of all, to you, but somebody from the regulator can add the issue. Why? If you take the account of 500 companies, we can see holdings and state companies. Where are the companies? There exist. There are 2 of them. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows some problems that we have, but frankly speaking, it's very hard to comment for me. We don't have the demand for. It's easy to work Yaroslav, maybe you will. I think that the ball at our side, the question of proceeding. It's a problematic of the complicated things. It's a problematic of the private, not only market, but of both for state companies. We work in this line, and I think that the state line must understand the privilege that they can participate that when the plus minus will be the sustainable, they can make a choice where to go, take into account the liquidity and the possibility of what they can do with those valuable papers. Liquidity is a central thing which involves, as for us, like for committee, it will be good for state level to give such temporary privilege to involve the credit. It will also be the driver for launching. I understand that bank and state are being prepared to the privatization, and I think this is credit less the governmental state enterprises, and the concentration of the risk on one owner is not the best point of view from the point of view of operation. We must develop obligation market, and if you take into account the first issue will be the state, then municipalities, then big state company, for example, railway companies, and maybe we must push everything. What is barrier? What do you think? If you see about this biggest company, bureaucracy, it's absence of treasury and this companies inside of the teams, the absence of the culture of coming of the market. You asked about state banks, about the strategic bank. It's provided the perspective of a middle portfolio of obligation exposition, and during the pandemic crisis, there is a provision that during the COVID pandemic exposition for the state sector, I think it's supervisional council and all risk management, and from my point of view, and the National Bank find the push and the dynamic of the decision as a bureaucratic, and to involve the instruments. And in this context, we will use the internal procedure from the point of view of risk management and due to the issue. I think it's a complex multi-stream which we can realize this all together. The investor, bank, underwriter, you regulator, and I don't see the person who will not be uninterested in this. We must make this possibility equal for receiving and giving of issuing, and because state company will not issue 10 million hryvnias, it will make pool of obligation, and the placement of such obligation into the market when there are less of trust to take, and the bank can assist in constructive dialogue with the National Bank. As an underwriter, it will be easier in this, it will be launched and understanding that the liquidity of this bank is exists, and people can enter but can out of them. But potentially they don't think they can, it's now just like some market price. But bank will credit state company, and we know that taking to the mortgage the state company it's not impossible as a fact. We have some mortgage, we would say not, it's like mortgage is the same without mortgage. You cannot make bankrupt. It's state company. You cannot take away the property if the financial streams stopped. If you have them in other way, from the point of view from the credit price, that the valuable papers and the credit are the same in this situation, and make the underwriting of the part of the credit, make it liquid. It's no problem from the point of view of credit risk. More of them you will put into the market. You can trade. Sorry, it's my point of view as an underwriter. We have some medication for. Excuse me, the speaker doesn't use the microphone. Excuse me, the speaker doesn't use the microphone. Please look. The question is.
I'm speaking about the companies. I'm not speaking about credit quality and corporate governance. Is a different objective. We need to make order there. However, companies with money flows are there. The question is how they are managed. Look, you're speaking about Ukrzaliznytsia bonds, which are well traded on the external market, billion hryvnia market, that the securities may be sold for Ukrainian market money well. 200 million bonds were sold. Company absolutely uncomparable to Ukrzaliznytsia, neither on significance nor on money flows. The question includes Ministry of Finance. Question to you. Overgaza market, domestic bonds, 95% of market accounts for Overgaza. In your view, is this liquid enough, or what is the depth of this market? If it is not liquid enough, what can be done in order to enhance liquidity, and who is to fight for that in the first place? Is this a question to you, to Minfin, to Nacbank, to the Securities Commission? Who is to improve the secondary market liquidity? Is it not enough? Thank you, Ruslan. We are luckier, we are more liquid issuance, 97%. And we do not need to register document for 6 months. When we needed to register Eurobonds, within this 6 days we changed the country and started registering it within a day. So we are at an advantage here. We see the liquidity on the Overgaza market. It did not appear out of nothing. 2 years ago, we were saying that we will increase number of instruments, decrease the volume, change conditions to primary dealers for them to be placed in secondary market, and thus evaluating them in accordance with that. When we started with 500 evaluators in 2016, now we have 40, I think 48 or less. If we look for every year, the longer papers have 2-3 instruments a year. All liquidity is concentrated. We enhanced volume, so minimum 10 million hryvnia. We trade the longest, biggest instrument, $1.5 billion, and the other lenses at least $1 billion USD in equivalence. This is liquid, inextinguishable outside Ukraine, normal, fully fledged, a good instrument that may be traded everywhere in the world. We did that, and it gave the possibility for banks and other market participants to focus on certain instruments and to sell more actively, changing conditions to primary dealers. We gave a chance, have shown that we may cast away issuance who do not fulfill requirements. We got rid of a couple bonds on the way. I don't think those are the last banks. We gave the possibility to pretty small banks that could not fulfill the requirement 3% just because of the size, but gave the possibility for them to trade on the secondary market, enabled them to be highly liquid on the secondary market, improving the conditions. that we increased. The second, that helped us a lot, March, April 2020, when we as issuant left the market, did not place anything there for a month or 1.5 months, but we faced panic among non-residents that brought dividends in 2019, 2020, and at some point banks understood that issuance do not suggest anything, or they sell them at the yield that 18.5, it's a good buy. Why not? And then we switched to 4-5 years local banks, non-residents. This is one pool of liquidity. It is difficult to find a paper for 7 years local market, but all are in the same field of liquidity. This is what we wanted to achieve, to stimulate a secondary market at the short end of curve. You see MINFID substantially limited everything which is less than a year. We reach that with a little instrument. Second year in a row we established a couple. We don't want to increase refinancing level. We want to prolong about 5 years for 100 billion. Easier to rule like that. Second, making instrument on the shorter part of the curve. We make banks to buy one in another, and the people start to get interest how to buy, how to make it better. And we have like the secondary market on the other side of the curve, some local market, so to say, in between several entities. Non-residents and residents are not afraid to sell one with another, and I think this is a good result, and we may see the space of improvement, which is not enough yet. Is one pool of liquidity, no platform. Not a single exchange sells bonds, but we should have some trade platform that will provide price discovery. What we still miss, I repeated from the 2016, we don't have secondary market on EBITDA. Why? I spoke to Igor and said, I set the rates. No one clicks on them. I don't know why is that. Every morning we see the feed from the primary dealers. In your view, 100 BPC is a good possibility for over the our spread should be more. See, 5-year, 1-year Eurobond, the spread, the discrepancy is 10 times different. Maybe what to do. What to do is a question more to colleagues on the second market. We cannot make them narrow down spreads. What to do and why this is necessary. Why narrowing down spread? Because it cuts income of traders. What to do? You see, from my side, it's not that I guarantee. I say that we do not have income on 100 BPCs, a maximum on a longer time periods. We have 50 BPC spreads, and otherwise 50 BPCs. Let us check. Colleagues from the present audience may check it, no problem, both sides, both directions. I think that liquidity at the secondary market with over the pair we don't have problems with. We may quietly open and close a position without, for instance, if non-residents are going to sell $1 billion. Will it, for instance, how much non-residents may sell? For instance, something changed. Not the credit quality of the country did not change. Nothing else changed. The sentiment changed. And they decided to sell securities different. In your view, how much they should have sale in order to improve profitability? 1 billion hryvnia will not increase profitability. 900 million and they 100 million, just 100 part. They set it and move a rate. 1 billion will not make it high, will not impact. So about $40 million is the depth of the market around a day, just to clarify. I was looking at statistics. If month 100 billion, then we will start studying who is going to get out. If external market 1 million a day are going to leave the market, so the questions will be asked. I wanted to return to Minfin. Minfin issues state bonds in hryvnia, USD and euro. Do you plan some new tools, for instance, a fluctuating rate of coupon, for instance, connecting to Ionia? A question right here. Do we need state bonds connecting to Ionia or connected to inflation? We have such bonds already, but they're all in National Bank. In your view, will it be proper? The same question for National Bank. Is it good to have such instruments? Let me maybe start. I started from saying that we are trying to make instrument liquid, so I make it with a good volume inflation linkers. The short ones also make sense to do from all the instrument. This is at least protection in mid-term perspective for inflation. All the market participants are ready to buy out in placing 1 billion USD inflation linkers. We may think if we speak about instrument that will sell 3 billion hryvnia and we'll continue asking where is liquidity, why no one is asking. This is protective mechanism. We may sell to insurance companies, to some private pension funds. This is related to inflation. If there is enough volume, we are ready to look into instruments. Ionia, it is a different pair of shoes. We analyze the index liquidity. We don't want it to happen that back in time, foreign currency futures rate was pushed on purpose to one or opposite direction. If we have a risk of liquidity, it shouldn't be manipulated. We should have it in volume. We're not familiar with this world yet. We're looking at it, so we have practice from other countries of the world. But we do not want to make the pinpoint instruments. This is short end, at least 10 million UAH. If long, equivalent from 1 billion USD. Pension funds strategy is usually buy and hold, and you say yourself that the 7-year papers have almost no demand or good placement. If you are oriented toward pension reform, this is one of the basic instrument. Positioning such papers is a good forecast on inflation. Third, if we are waiting for liquidity scale up, maybe we should start doing something and not to wait till the moment. Chicken or egg, it will exactly gonna be a chicken or egg story, because we may ask colleagues which is the amount of non-state pension funds assets, 3 and something billion, and I think half of them is National Bank. So let us multiply it on diversification rules. They are not allowed to place it in long linkers. So we get the period, we may place maximum. What for? This is 1/6 of our weekly auction. Why? Anyway, I am to issue to any underwriter bond for 100 million. It makes no sense at all, for instance, from the standpoint of earning on that. We issue part of instruments just to provide this paper into trade for people not to forget that the bond is something, and for the license not to be revoked. Thank you, Oleg. Your view. Do we need obligations with Ionia? Konstantin, your board, excuse me that I did not reach to you. Next question to the insurance companies. What is going on with you now? What do you need to grow your investment in securities portfolio that you have now as investors? What to expect from regulators and issuance for this market? If you do not mind, I'll ask Konstantin in the first place. Thank you for your question. Yuri, I want to say that beside NFIAPS, this is an insurance market with life linkers interest. We may try, maybe we will help as well. But in the first place, we need to note that the insurance companies' portfolios transformed somewhat in a couple of years from the investment portfolios of ADP were excluded. The other trend is increasing the investment time frame. Now 2 years is perceived okay, and this is a benchmark to form portfolio, and 5 years is not the outer space duration that it looked like before. So the factors are important. Market quality, flight to quality, so to say, that you had 3 to 4 years. Second is strengthening regulation, which is also a plus for the companies that were not classical. We call them non-market. We see that transformations in their portfolios also took place. The other factor why AVDP increased, we speak of this many times now. There are no other instruments, and us being managers of portfolios, it does not improve our profitability, nowhere to diversify, so to say. If the insurance companies have potential interest to invest, it's linkers if we speak about life, also state securities, corporate, municipal, we also take into consideration, but their offer is limited, unfortunately, on the market. And by the way, international corporations and bonds, where are they? Next, it will soon gonna be a joke. So we are ready to invest. Please suggest. Oleg, question to you. Wanted to ask something. Do you need linkers to Ionia? Is there a need in that? Now, I would focus attention more on developing internal market of municipal corporate bonds. And in my view, to develop corporate bonds, we need in the first place to work with the Commission National Bank. First is their take into account on banks' balances, for instance, municipal bonds. There is a demand for those, say we want it, but they are not there. At the time when we were launched, no one even wanted to look at those municipal bonds. Lviv, Kharkiv, Ivano-Frankivsk, and then they were just taking it with big desire from us. I'm thankful to National Bank. There's another proposal. We are limited in municipalities by N7. With the state companies, with state guarantees, we're not limited by N7. Maybe we should think about this to balance it somehow. This is a provocative question. In terms of corporate obligations, in the first place, relating to capital impact and for liquidity, it is right away the implication, the same like with municipal bond. We're not speaking about funding, we're speaking about repo. Item 6 acceptable bail, we may take a 6%. Otherwise it will be just too limiting. and we understand that leveling should be balanced. It is important. We are going to get involved into the discussion. In short, Ruslan, coming back to the secondary market, we see that the scale is growing as compared to 2019. Of course, if we compare with the developed markets, we still have the tenfold potential for growth. I think what is important to work with the primary dealers. This is not our area of responsibilities. Our objective is not to cut their number, but objectively primary dealers should be more active on the secondary market. We have a number of proposals we are ready to discuss with the Ministry of Finance. This is also improving integral activity evaluation, improving obligations to the secondary markets. Shortly, I could make a remark on bonds related to yuan and the fluctuating inflation rate. I think that it makes sense to have this dialogue, definitely elaborating on your matters of demand. IPO worked with the Ministry of Finance on possibility for open access to bank on OZDP market, and soon we will suggest a vision on how it may look like. So this multi-stream horizontally National Bank, Ministry of Finance, but I think that bonds yuan related has a rationale behind it.
On some stage, when there is no market on some countries, the central bank could become dealer as a creditor of the final instance on the market of value paper. You are the dealer of the last instance. In the past, the National Bank, Central Bank of Russian Federation, has created the list of the valuable papers. It's the papers with a state guarantee, a state corporation with a guarantee. In your opinion, is it possible for the National Bank with the Commission to work out the approach when it can make the most liquid issue trading for the bank, let's say so, and of course with to make more liquidity for the market from the point of view, not as being accepted the credit risks, but gives the possibility, gives a flash to liquidity of the corporate segment. I remind about this. We are ready to widen the internal procedure that we have, the Resident National Bank, and our function as a credit manager. Super. I think that we have 3 minutes, and I provide the questions to the audience. I see the person. Microphone. Sergey, maybe a mistake. Yuri, I will ask questions. You mentioned about the OVP and about the Ukrainian emittents. You have top Ukrainian companies. You know, we will start with papers, and we start with this with another question. Then and then we have the question of DP, and we don't exclude the question for European issue. I have only 4. Canada, Tech, and thank you. You had one more question. Good afternoon, Sergey. I have question. I have a question. I have 2 questions to Yuri Butsa. Yuri, we are in the situation when in the heart of the finance we have 4 big extinguishers: September, October, November, December. Due to our calculation, Ministry of Finance from the beginning of fresh money is planning to involve more than 100 million, and invest the things that the money which were extinguished, and we will understand the further steps of the Ministry of Finance at the end of this year, because I will tell one more time, but as we understand, we must involve the order of the issue, and there is not a secret. The policy of the cap, it's clean and clear and correct, but for very moment this cap don't work because there is no demand is less, and the Ministry of Finance in those situations which is compete with non-resident. We see that the real rate is lower, and they try to sell out the portfolio. 2 years ago, in this audience, we discussed about the involvement of the JP Morgans. I think that the policy of reduction of the thing is right, is correct, but it's not a secret that the paper with extinguishing 2025, it's only one big paper. And now the jokes can be between non-residents who are biggest holder of the paper. What will be could get coming to the into index or extinguishing of this paper? First of all, first question, we must understand first of all that we finance a budget deficit, and that is why overall rate we take into account plus minus in absolute figure. We take more external currency and less hryvnia, but external debts we by plan we have a lot of official debts, starting from international monetary units, central World Bank. The second question, we wouldn't like to re-loan. If you see the latest statistics, we have over income, but all concerning the system of budgeting, budget planning, we don't see the spending, and fulfill as end up in regime in December. As it will be reduced, but we see the reduction only due to the state defense system, financial system, and we understand what's the rate level and how. But today, 3 days ago, we had a without deficit budget, and that is why, in effect, do we need 100 million or 200? We don't know, and make debts in this. We don't have such money in the city, and demand is coming back. This year was unique. We fulfilled with our strategy as a share of hryvnia must be increased, and Europe has shown us that we can take 100 million, but it's a question if we would concern the GPIN and concerning indexation. First of all, we have one instrument in the channel. It doesn't mean that we make stop. 24, 26, 27, we will place until they will be benchmark when the benchmark will be less, not up to 1 billion, and I think that up to 2024 will be a billion. So we will succeed in the year 2027. And in the index has a logical mechanics. Instruments come into the list in April, and as a rule, coming to index, it takes 6 months. I think it can be appear, and it doesn't depend on us. And due to the instrument, it's like an index company. The same, for example, we have involved not only Ukrainian instrument but the Egyptian. It's a procedure for index. Thank you, Ruslan. And one more question to you. And concerning the Citibank, I would actually give the feedback concerning the VDP secondary and the national market. First of all, I would say it will be this positive disclaimer. I would like to say thank you, Yuri and his team, people who make during 3 years latest who turned the national market into the very qualitative product, and we see that local player more and participate more and more. Concerning the mark of the secondary develop, the story is much more interesting than it used to be. This is the role of national bank, and the liquidity in the internal bulk level has been improved and positively influenced for taking decision by non-resident who invest during previous year, this year, and I think this level will only grow. And maybe all of us pay attention, but on the site of website on the National Bank, from January up to July, if you will see GDP, you see that less, approximately 360 billion, and local banks has increased it into approximately 300%. It was a refinance bank, and the way everything is working. But if you see the refinance statistic, it's not concern. It is the liquidity of banks. This instrument can compete with the credit. It's the interest. Another story. But now, the liquidity of the secondary market has been growth, has been growing, and.
This is how we see it from our side. Thank you, thank you. As I understand, there are no questions or questions from you. Let us finalize this panel. Thank you, Klimas. Good afternoon, Raiffeisen Bank. First, I wanted to join Vlad and to thank him and Finn, to say from market, from non-residents, thank you, because there is a lot to compare with communication, primary market, investment, instrument structure, the way it used to be 7 years ago and the way it is happening now, first. And second, about the volume that we may move the market and bring the profitability higher. I would like to relate towards the leg. You may sell for billions and will not see any response in terms of profitability. We see the statistics on National Bank that they cut participating over there about 4 billion hryvnia, and we see that profitability increased just a little in terms of Eurobond. Also, in terms of registering corporate papers, and the commission procedure is very complicated, foresees lots of stages, costs, and so on and so forth. If there is an issuant who needs money and he can pay us to take credit or to issue papers, so the choice is obvious here also. I'm sure that you are going to think in this direction, to consider wishes of one of the big issuance to make arrangement and possibility to register underwriting. For instance, if the issuant has a need to involve big money without having structure or exact timing, one time issuant is ready to go through this procedure with all the analyses necessary and to register. And then when there is time, when the time comes to attract money, fast to announce it for the market, for the commission to register. Thank you. Thank you all the participants for, in my view, a pretty sincere conversation. I think we're going to move forward. Thank you really much. This session was wonderful, which is proven by this applause. Thank you, Ruslan Mikhmedov, and our speakers here, Kirchenko, Konstantin Lekhitsky, the participants. Mr. Yaroslav, you have to stay. You know that you need to stay, and we, without pause, there was a time during lunch to have a walk and to drink a coffee, so now we're going to continue. So the next 4 discussion panel for today. Nuances range into the foreign securities, the area that the participants of next discussion panel are aware a lot of. So I would like to get your attention also for no one to run anywhere. Maybe you need to go somewhere, please do it fast. Return as soon as possible. I would like to introduce the participants of next panel, introductory speech, and so on till everyone is back. Alexander Klugov, moderator of this panel, deputy director of part council. Mr. Alexander, introduce, if you allow, our panelists, speakers, participants. Yaroslav Shlyakov stays with us, member of National Commission on Securities and Stock Market. Alexei Lupin, Director of Department of Open Markets of National Bank of Ukraine. Vitaly Giletti, Presider of Supervisory Board of Independent Board of NBU. Yusko, Andrei Marchenko, Manager of Assets of ICU in Ukraine. As I understand that we wait for Vitaly. Still, all the rest are here. Alexander, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to welcome everyone. Problem of issue range on investing into foreign securities. We would like to start about issues, problems, but 4 years from the time when National Bank allowed, it was July 2017, to invest. Problems are no fewer by any means. In reality, first people who invested 2017 and filed a statement in 2018 faced big problems. Legal entities in 2019 and tax checks. However, starting panel, I would like to bring up the survey in order to understand in general. Roman Soljic had this survey, blitz short survey, but I would like to see how many people in 4 years invested as legal or physical entities into foreign securities. I knew that banks did it, and previous panel we discussed that it will allow to invest in Eurobonds. Allow, yes, and what is going to happen with that, with the tax administration and claims from them, because first banks are facing those when they invested into American treasuries, while the surveys on those who bought in the S&P 500 bought invest fund, it cost 250 USD SPI. Now it is 450 USD. So 4 years it growth 80%. If you take standalone securities foreign like Amazon, the growth is around 100%. So the profitability in reality on world markets for the last 4 years was just overwhelming, and this is a wonderful opportunity. By the way, statistics is very sad yet. It is becoming better. Unfortunately, only 17 people from the audience invested during a year into the foreign securities. Those are the market professionals. This is very little. You know, me being an investor myself, I faced this problem myself. I filed a statement in 2018 or 2019 via electronic office. Thank you, tax office. I received a letter to show up in the tax office. Unclear why I cannot do it electronically. I went to the tax office trying to prove that I'm an honest person. I want to pay taxes honestly. I was lucky. I was capable to do that. I think everyone voted already, so statistics remained not very good, unfortunately. I give the floor to Grigory. He, being a practitioner in the market, will tell what he was facing when he reached the point of company having possibility to open accounts abroad, having possibilities to bring out investment foundations, buying best foreign companies. Grigory, the floor is yours. Yes. Thank you once again. I wouldn't like to speak of problems. I would like to speak of possibilities. So I will speak in brief about our story related to time needed from initiation to action to its realization. I was looking for organizers asked me to present only 2 slides. I tried to show it visually, stage by stage, but then I discarded this idea and found a more suitable picture. you see now, there is a forest, but it has a path in between trees. Quite recently, we have a registered foundation, Global Equity Index, investing into foreign securities. It happened in 2020, and we all also know that in conditions of limited instruments, foreign securities give impetus for market to develop, and this is what we have seen in a couple of neighboring countries. And the question we have, why don't we do that? Why we have such separate single cases of such securities and their emergence? We registered among the big amount of securities. I asked my colleague, what is her opinion? How much time elapsed between the idea, demand, and implementation? First idea was 2 years, no. 3 years, no. 5 years, no. And how many years? 10. 10 years ago in 2011, maybe some from the audience remembers this session. American Chamber of Commerce and Industry represented need to invest into securities of foreign issuance of our investment foundations, pension foundation. I need to note that many supported this idea to necessity of foreign currency liberalization. There are opponents, there are voices against. This will be pressure on hryvnia, this will be capital going out of the country. I asked them to get out their phone, call me their brand, have named Apple's, half Samsung. So they said that the most valuable for us is our savings, our investment. We want to invest the amount less than half of value of this phone. 2011, 2017, in currency liberalization, we receive National Bank provision allowing business to invest for 2 years. We are saying, hallelujah, now we are going to create a product. We send a letter to National Bank. Is it true that it relates to pension fund, investment fund? This is true. And we joyfully running and calculating. In case of minimum lot, 100,000 USD, and diversifying 5%, we may diversify. So the foundation size should be not less than 1 million, so one lot 50,000, or if 2 million 100,000. We looked at the list of foundations, open foundations at this moment. With this size of market, only two does not work. So we went again to Commission, trying to look about instrument that enable us to do that. We think about Commission, new category of foundation, qualification, wonderful. Register. We are coming to our Berigach saying we are going to invest into securities of foreign issuance. No, you're not gonna do that. Why? It's not allowed. There is a law, there is a letter you see from National Bank that it is allowed. Well, then it is allowed for them and not for you. Great. Why we are not allowed? Because you need to bring the securities of foreign issuance to Ukraine from foreign countries. We need to store it here. So I'm going to deposit. How many should do it? Please bring those in with the limited circulation. We are looking at this too expensive. How can we make this procedure less expensive? There's a procedure, signatures, stamps and paper document. How can we get for those foreign issuance? We're coming to Commission. Let us simplify the procedure of bringing those securities to Ukraine. We need to give credit to the company. Okay, something made the foundation, bought securities. We want to supply them, and Americans customers don't want to supply it to Ukraine. They don't want to work with Ukraine at all. But we are moving towards our colleagues. We are looking for solutions to supply, deliver these papers to Ukraine. And as they say, the fairy tale may be told soon, but the business takes much longer time to be implemented. So we bring those in, and now to bring out those papers, it requires a certain process, but this is another kind of problem. So what I would like to say, first stage, 10 years is already passed. most likely it's not going to be 10 years for next players. However, process works, and I hope that the remaining problems remain. I think that they're not going to be that significant. It will postpone our process for more than 1 decade. If you look at our neighbors, where this foreign securities give a stimulus to the stock market development. Idea here was born long before these instruments were available for our neighbors. So I think that our next difficulties we are going to resolve much faster than we did in the past. Yes, problem is affecting what Grigory was saying, what he was faking. First we need to catch up, then to bring in, then to bring out, like Prostokvashina cartoon. Now catch up with him to give him the photo taking. I think that thanks to many reforms that we could implement for physical entities, but provision on 29 June, physical entity may transfer money to the Ukrainian broker to invest in foreign countries. It will be simultaneous provision for the legal entities. I think that this year is notable by phenomenal entry of banks on this market. First bank in July made a deal, so banks nominal holders. It will help foundations and then not to have necessity to bring out the papers, then to bring paper to sell them, meaning to make all that unnecessary operations. Give the floor to Alexei Lupin, National Bank of Ukraine. Hello, yes. I was very much impressed by the story. How can we want to buy papers to work like that in this area for 10 years? Well, from our side, all of us participate in this process of foreign currency liberalization, and we all see that bit by bit, as we hope, the handling fixed money becomes more civilized. However, all of that is our novel history. Though I would like to remind you that mandatory sales was abolished 20 June 2019, more than 2.5 years ago. It looks like that the age elapsed with the COVID and all the rest. Our system of e-limits that everyone knows, the system allows to transfer money by a legal and physical entity abroad to supplement own account, replenish own account. This system is employed well, and in terms of volume it develops well. In 2018 the amount of taking out money was 200 million, 420. It was COVID year. In 2021 we see from the beginning of the year 565. So this foreign currency in the country is very much, and it's pressuring, and the people use this possibility to invest, including investment into securities. Physical entities are most active in this area, no matter how strange it might sound, but physical entities are more than legal entities in number. Only 1/4 of this amount legal entities and 3/4 of physical entities. Physical entities around 50-50, part buy securities, part replenish own accounts, maybe also to buy securities because many open accounts for brokers, success banks and so on. So this system works, and this is, so to say, our signaling. Looking forward, these operations belong to capital operations, and basically we don't have the freedom for capital operations yet, only the trade operations liberalized for now, but this is a very good instrument to bring into the legal environment all this acquisitions. It's not a secret for anyone that there are very rich people who buy real estate somewhere in Europe, but before some grey schemes were employed that not visible to us. Now all of that may be done legally, and that we like a lot. I was very pleased when at the first panel at voting on reforms that foreign currency liberalization or permission to buy FX without obligations was on the second place. In terms of our plans for future, we do not like a little the mechanism, not the mechanism, but so to say procedure, where money go abroad, the physical entity buying paper directly, so all the service, all the fees, all infrastructure used from the foreign countries, and our is not employed. So now we apply lots of efforts lately in order to somehow allow Ukrainian infrastructure to work and to an infrastructure of stock market. We made a possibility, as Alexander mentioned, of a group use of EU limits for not every physical entity to directly transfer, but to use Ukrainian broker intermediary and all of that within the pool makes the overhead expenses less, and the Ukrainian infrastructure becomes involved.
We have a project for market so market due to the centric contract budget. We work into this approach, and it will take this international currency, and correspondingly will be the procedure of the clearing of the currency in our budget, and now we don't work in this field. And the next stage, it's of course when we have clearing, it will be possible to use the experience of our northern neighborhoods actively trade with its foreign papers. I would like to say that yes, during 3 months we with Yaroslav Alexeyevich you have a lot of Zoom and negotiation how to make better, and I would like why it's so actually the paradox in sense that with the individuals in a foreign representative working, but when it's a legal entity, it's a 7 circle of hell when the beneficiary, not only one, but 3 of them. And for this the opening of the fund with the one beneficiary, we open it during once and the third 6 months of negotiations. It's a very hard a process of working with how to work with our legal entities by the foreign representatives. Yaroslav, what the Commission can do? What support you can give? If earlier, as we see and as we hear from we had a lot more extra possibilities, but unfortunately with the situation the market we come to the feeling of the vacuum with something. Commission sees the development of such instruments, but the development of the instrument but coming up to the possibilities not substitute the market with another issue, but with we must strategically how to the Commission sees it and come back to the possibilities. Taking the account our position as a regulator in the scale must be in lobby of the requirement of the market about the possibility. We as a regulator concerning our regulation, direct regulation, we are ready to work in any direction with any thing that we must register due to some reason. A reason is the necessary information for us to trace this, what we going on this market. And I will ask this question from the audience. Is it possible, is it necessary to put the valuable paper if I trade with them like a position as a broker? I serve a Ukrainian client. I have a contract with the foreign company, and we see the in effect, due to the procedure of this transaction, is possible in which you report the commission. If commission doesn't have parameters about this transaction, what thing would you represent to the commission? This is a necessity of to understand what we report for during 4 years. There are a lot of questions. I think 4 years we make the report. We wanted to make it to paper way. It's by paper way. It's one thing that is necessary for us. Why we require the registration, but it's impossible to trade with. But you know about them. It comes into the report. We will check it. Okay. This is one part, and the other part. As for me, as an instrumental, if we provide such possibility, we must have this possibility in full understanding. If our regulation, we can the things which hinder in turnover or whatever, the complex of lobby must include the interest of market which we lobby. It can be before another authorities. It can be before national bank. So everything is so beautiful, so unbelievable. I am grateful for National Bank for constructive way and for movement, and I also think that we together, because yes, it is the activity of the professional bank, and we must lobby before the tax services, and the taxation nivelates the and a lot of things on money due to dividend policies, that the capital are moving out from the capital, and this capital is the current flow. They come to the dividend. If you are brave man to submit the declaration, and we know how much income is coming here, and how difficult, how many, what come here, and here's here's our role as regulator must be more significant, as we can see in interpretation of the share of market in some kind of project, which will lead to developing this approach. But I will say that we will use the paradigm that this is a possibility, the variety of, but not the, it's a possibility for the market, but not the market. I would like to give a floor to Vitaly, because Vitaly has a great Canadian experience of work with international, with Canadian banks, and we come to drink coffee, and we had it was very interesting to communicate. Vitaly, now floor to you. Yes, some comments concerning this thing that I have heard. First of all, this due to the situation, I'm not enrolled or like a head of council on NBU, but I'm just a representative of the portfolio. When we have approximately $4 million, and we buy in all necessary liquidity, but a lot of our allocation are in Canada and in the United States, and the USA is allocation is a second house. Another word, we don't see the difference. And all of the financial industry of Canada has moved by by decades. And concerning the Canada, concerning the restriction into the share, the pension currency was a limit by 30%. So more than 30%, it was impossible to hold this in the portfolio of American share. And transformation of the conscious and transformation of all of the system has led to such fact that now American papers can be traded without American account. Big picture, how you can see the system of the accounts. First of all, there's a combined paper account. You see the valuable papers both and as currency. And now the trade America and Canada, it can come due to the sub accounts, and the same way I can buy the Canadian currency, I can buy the American currency. Of course, everything will be on the back side, but from the point of view of the trade, it's the main factor which can be decided evolutionarily to be more the turnover. In the second moment, here we had the discussion where it is better to trade American available papers, in which the ratio of the American available papers. We know that in America is through the but the main function of such papers is access to the American markets through the instruments, which is more convenient for not only from the point of logistics, but it is cheaper. I am as a portfolio manager, don't open the accounts in another jurisdiction. I trade from my account where I am. From the point of view of conveniency and the price, I have such comments. And how, what is the situation with this taxes? Canadian dollars has some difference in with American currency, but the trade and in case of devaluation, you have the currency difference taxes, and which is a negative story for the individuals. How you decided in Canada? First of all, before we come to the taxes, the main part of the taxes is in the foreign assets, the possibility of hedging of the currency of money, because very often how the for fundamental valuation of the company less due to the currency and less and main part of portfolio manager don't believe in difference, and it's to remove the risk and trade with those that you have. If you realize if you sell the position, the same thing, it influence the taxes in influence. Do you have some discounts maybe? Pension funds, the pension fund, they don't pay. Is it possible to invest into long term? Its pension system is built up. If you want the pension now money, 1/3 billion, it's through the pensions account, and more than 400 billion, 600 billion and 400 billion. It's private money through the system of the account. It's approximately 10, and the main program is RSP, registered. It's equivalent in the United States. It's a system of it's a system before taxation. You pay now, but pay taxes later. It's a progressive key driver. And the second thing, mathematical way is that the investment are not under the taxes. They have the cumulative effect is present without progressive scale. And of course, we have another system named KFSA and in America Rouse array. This are this is launch for all tax system when you input the money which were tax with the taxes, but for the future will not be under the taxation. It's very interesting, but concerning the investment fund that Grigory has told about us, you have investment fund, you have bought it, it owned the American available paper, the structure has been changed. But all of this doesn't influence. You don't pay, but you pay only when you take your money from back from the fund. And even in Ukraine, you buy it due to the low rate. Andrei, you have the most big topic. Only weak people pay taxes, but due to available taxes, you must be a very brave person because you must prove that you want to pay taxes due to valuable papers. And the problematic, the problem in Ukraine. Tax system and in tax system how they treat the foreign valuable papers is a key problem. If you compare the first slide and we will so Ukrainian taxation, it's like a bear during the early winter that everybody is afraid of this bear and is way to face it. The problem can be shared into several ways. First of all, we had discussed a lot of things with Sasha. Sasha gave me such cases which can be. It was interesting to. First of all, this income was not it's like a tax from the turnover. So all of the turnover can be taxed. That you have $10,000 and 10,000 times, and you will take the 18 plus 1,500 taxes. It's a symptomatic scenes which are important. Symptomatic that the representative of tax authority is not here, and when we see how to develop the investment activity, how make investment friendly, we forget about the most important player and who is dominated. It's a fiscal vision. So tax service is not that they help. It's not part of such a process to involve this capital. They don't. They just think about the filling of the budget. You cannot blame those persons because they just work in those spaces that they the tax doesn't, but is not focused on taking into account this process and the taxation in full volume. It's not another problem. It's unwillingness to understand how to provide the taxation into the tax services. And they don't have such skills, but if the regulators, the problem has been solved, and tax services, it's away from this. This institution want to see some seals and some forms of it. If you not invest directly, but there is through a Ukrainian player, he will take it on himself. But if the check will be the PDF will have problems. It is a problem from the individual will migrate to the professional participant. but we still hope that they will not see. But it's fundamental problem. Everything that all the accounts where the taxation is absent, connected with the following thing. In the investment on the foreign market, currency risks problem appear. When you invest foreign, if you just kept the investment and lost a little bit, but Ukrainian hryvnia devaluated more. So from the point of view, you just earned not has a good earning, and you must pay taxes. It's a tax for inflation, when in effect investor must pay for inflation of our Ukrainian currency. It's impossible to solve the problem on the level of understanding of the tax authority. But here it's needed to government to be involved to the higher level, but on the other level is open the possibility and the necessity from the point of view of the state to estimate the tax discounts. But here there is no representative of the tax services here, but they would have some mental disorder from this, but all our market is possible because of tax discount. And that is what, when the government wants to stimulate something, must remove bureaucracy, and from the point of view, you must remember about such beautiful instrument like a taxation and all of the things which work on the Western market. And even previous summer, I gave the Prime Minister this with the I just sent you all of the information which my colleagues have found from the market. I remember this. And this position from the councillor, not about this point, but asked, I wasn't heard now, but I think it was a very slight step. But the thing, and
the essence is that this possibility to start account, maybe to put a limited amount of money on, maybe it's not some billions of hryvnia. Maybe the amount is pretty sensible and affordable for people, citizens that our country thinks are mid-class, that people may have investment activity from. The money is frozen, basically. One cannot withdraw them within 3, 5, 10 years. It's not that important. It's the matter of settings that will allow to resolve the issue on the one side of FX risks to invest abroad. On the other hand, to make livelier internal investment, because if we speak about our domestic market, I will move sideways a little bit and say why foreign companies have pressure on the domestic market, because Avegazet dominate here. Foreign companies have difficulty to compete with. They win because of profitability. Brand is on that side, but for Ukrainian securities in this area is 3 times as difficult. I would like the state to introduce instruments to stimulate money inflow here, and along with that it would resolve the issue of foreign currency investment in the foreign countries. This is not all part of it in the future. Only 30% of present-day professional players who understand and invest in foreign securities. Tax office invent some new riddles, challenges, contests, and new topics for presentations. So we are growing in number on this market. So as they say, that even beat our father. So the progress is that winning the tax office bit by bit. We are to unify somehow, to break, to win. This is how it works everywhere, basically. Officials never make reforms. There is call from the market, something is done, and then the reform takes place. It's difficult to come national bank and say, let us do that. first were to formulate it as normal market idea. National Bank will support, Commission will support. I hope that once it will reach tax services, we get tax support. But all those three emerge together, we will get real support. But this is one, but always generals prepare for the past wars. However, accompanying investment activity in foreign countries also, I may say that the main restriction for officials is, so to say, having no advisor role for the foreign business. And second, business representative is afraid of tax check. Maybe it will entail bribe. So it leads to paradox result. Those who give bribes, they continue the activity and the corruption reforms remain on agenda, and those who are ready to listen, more likely they refrain themselves. Often we say we are to operate with common sense. Example, we needed to stand for in the court whether this is investment income or income from abroad. We needed to do that through courts. Court reform is not over yet, but the court is on the side of taxpayer. Bit by bit it is better, because 15 years ago courts would not make decisions against tax office. Can you imagine the person would be said pay 200,000 USD taxes, rest ripping of apartment, bail, vehicle, and so on. So my finalizing thesis, before making this market lively, we are to pay attention to the huge layer of taxation issues, and we would like to hope a lot that this positive dynamics on establishing practice is to form not only via courts of law, but also the way the tax office is to listen, advise, consultancy, become the participant of this market formation, and basically we'll see good result. I think that we may go to questions from the audience because the time is pressing. Friends, good afternoon. Viktor Sezonenko. I noticed that in 3 panels out of 4, some speakers or one speaker was speaking about the same individual investment accounts to a certain extent. Those are accounts which are basically retirement accounts, have delayed blocking period of time where money may not be withdrawn. There is a limitation investment annually, both in America and also of our aggressive neighbors, and those investment assets that we may invest from this account are taxable before the moment of taking money out of the country for the period up to 6 years. Alexander mentioned that to have the reform, we need to formulate a demand from the market. If 70% of panels were speaking about this monies, and it will allow customer to invest easier, to be more exposed to risk of wrong interpretation of tax legislation, let us formulate market request, and let us make it before the pension reform, because this is similar and pretty simple story. I heard that the draft law is somewhere around, as if I'm not mistaken, it was registered in Verkhovna Rada in 2016. Thank you to company Keynote, as I remember, they helped to write it. However, unfortunately, 2021, the fight goes on. Excuse me. Little clarification. In the United States and Canada, no limits to withdraw money. There is no freezing for 3-5 years from FSC accounts. But those are nuances, different limits for different countries to replenish within a year, different possibilities to withdraw, some limit. There might be different approaches to that. But in terms of need, that was voiced today, that these accounts are necessary, and 3 panels mentioned them, that this is what is necessary to do in Ukraine, including to improve some loan resource and as a consequence for corporate sector to be able to get vested in and to develop into investment foundation within the country as investment for physical entities. I will probably reply because I had to present this idea before government. It seems to me that it is restrained by the following things. First, I don't know whether this is true or not, but there's an opinion that our population has got very low level of financial literacy, so we need to resolve anything instead of them. So we need to do everything instead of them, and God forbid we allow them to do some step on their own because they will put their fingers into the wall outlet or pour the boiling water on their fingers or something else. The thing is that the market rules are not formulated enough. There are some separate initiatives. No one introduced it completely, that this is the only thing that may revitalize national stock market, because it may be a competition to bonds to the country. It will revitalize the bond sector, because corporate sector in taking loans is to fight for rate, not only because of high risk level, but also to provide this tax difference in terms of overgazette. This is painful for business. For the state, business is primary, enabling to grow GDP, creating jobs. This is more efficient for the country. If we speak from the systematic point of view, it might come sooner or later. Hello, Sergiy Shvets, company Hux. I would like to continue a question of and even aggravate on that. National Bank is pro, Securities Commission is pro. I'd like to hear specifically from you that you personally are ready to underwrite this address, to indicate your opinion in this regard, and then we with Alexander, other market participants, will formulate a request, and you will put the signatures under this request. We will start from the empty paper, and you will fill it in, or we will read together. So no, we will first sign empty paper, and then, okay, let us do it, and then Sergei will introduce. We are ready for any initiative, I repeat. In this part, we are to be employed as a regulator, regulated lobbying interests of market. If there is a inquiry for that, and we fit it into the paradigm of market development, we see that there is no spark. It does not matter where the spark is going to start from, if it gives result and if it will be appreciated. Let us look into it, let us discuss it. Again, the issue of formulations, text, and what we want to get as an outcome. If the matter is investment accounts, this is the matter for tax office, the matter of tax benefits. For us not to deal with the same we did before. It is different if I go to tax office, or Alexander, Victor, you understand why I'm going to send on a loan trip. But if there's going to be a signature of National Bank and Commission on Securities, they will not be able to avoid it, because signature of a deputy minister, I understand, I heard you. That is why I'm saying that if there is request to make burden less for securities, if there's a need for all the securities to have some privilege, and all the rest fit within, not to have it like 2, 3, 4 teams applying with the same but for different parts. Not a problem. We are ready to stand for it as a regulator together with National Bank. I don't think they will be against of banks to get involved also. We will not get without them by no means. Without banks, it is impossible to build stock market. No matter how investment companies try, it is impossible to implement without banks. Yes, we also support this initiative. I think that in argument egg and chicken, when something was brought up, what is the primary, new instruments or money? I think that money is more important, and really implementing investment accounts, and we see the experience of more developed neighbors in this regard may have a huge impact on market. We, being regulated in banking system, are very much concerned by imbalance in the banking system. If you look at the liabilities, the average bank liabilities, 30 days, average duration of assets over 400 days. So it may also be a consequence of COVID, very bad structure of deposit, around 70% of money on demand overnight of physical entities. So loan resources are very important, and loan resource importance, in our opinion, will compensate some on the receiving taxes. Klimas Raiffeisen Bank question about allowing foreign securities to circulate in Ukraine. Logic is probably that should limit some trash or problematic issuance. There are okay, if this is the logic, maybe it makes sense to simplify somehow. I think about some unified rules on allowing for circulation. Maybe the way National Bank did, allowing banks of Ukraine to invest to any foreign securities with the rating not less than investment. Right? If rating B- and high, US bank may buy any papers without limitations. Maybe we should consider option and commission on valuable papers to come up with some standardized rules like this. For instance, if paper is under certain criteria, like National Bank invented, so security is automatically considered to be allowed for circulation in Ukraine. Thank you for your question. What we mean by automatically allowed for Ukraine? Where does it arrive from in the Ukrainian system? You see the way like a Ukrainian bank may buy any security with rating triple B minus and high. Likewise, say if there is any security, it is whether allowed or criterion may be different. If this is allowed for some stock exchange of Europe, we may have a meeting and to brainstorm in this matter. This paper may be sold automatically, may be traded between resident and Ukraine. Like, I had a chance to change provision on codifying securities in Ukraine because this paper in Europe is quoted on the exchange registered. I never would have thought that if we try to bring it into national depository, it will be impossible. There is no code that it is in Europe here. So we had to add this code, and this is the problem, that not all securities may, with the flip of the fingers, appear in the depository Ukraine. I agree, if you know regulatory documents on permissions, if you're ready to work more on liberalizing, if we do not want to lose the essence we want to see there in terms of defending instruments, mass entrance, e-limit systems protects a lot. They will not enter in big numbers. If we see that there is too much of them, we may use e-limits and it will quiet down later. In terms of quality of securities, I think we have displayed it in the regulations in terms of securities that may be allowed to be brought into Ukraine. To simplify this procedure is much as possible, we did it. If there are some specific wishes, we are also ready to do it. In the previous meeting, we brought this issue up. We said, let us register S&P 500 with one decision. Give us information. We need someone, we will register. Not a problem. We'll bring everyone in one decision. Do not bring in one by one. No information yet available. So in reality, market reached the opinion, no problem with bringing in securities here. Which securities are not enough for you now? In reality, they are allowed quite many, and now from 30 to 50 other issuance are to be allowed in. There's not a single commission session that we do not include. You know, the thing is, if you make some online application and set up physical entity in Ukraine and give it access to the foreign securities, you may never guess which security this physical entity will want to buy. Security that they want to bring into Ukraine. Just a second. You mean to say that you, as a broker, Ukrainian service, provide service for physical entity, broker agreement, and give 10,000 instruments in circulation? Why approval for circulation here is necessary? Your opinion is not supported by some commission members. Who are those people? Bring this up, let us discuss it in more detail. There are some problems here. It is important to look here. Where are the obstacles impeding to do that? This is a matter of discussion, really. If we are allowed to do this and we get this confirmation, as Sasha mentions, that in this situation we shouldn't allow for circulation, because basically we don't have circulation per se. We do not have it all. This is matter of discussion. One side opinion that the circulation takes place, the other side opinion if there is agreement, so the circulation takes place. You know, ladies and gentlemen, we suggest to continue this discussion at coffee, because it becomes common to continue discussing somewhere else or at after party. Anyway, let us thank the participant for the panel. We are thankful very much to all our 5 experts who got involved within this 1 hour to this lively, interesting discussion.
Vitaly Beletsky, Artem and Marchenko, thank you very much. And after such 2 panels, I think you have some relax and drink coffee. And in 20 minutes, we come back to the final part of the forum. The staff of the next panel will be like just flame, and everything will be very interesting and wait for you here in 20 minutes.
ICU Trade – це перша в Україні платформа для онлайн-торгівлі облігаціями внутрішньої державної позики України ОВДП з миттєвими розрахунками. Користуйтеся усіма перевагами інвестицій в ОВДП. 100% державною гарантією виплати, 0% податків, достроковим продажем. У новому сучасному форматі. Звісно ж, з вигідними котируваннями та мінімальною комісією від ICU, понад 10-річного лідера ринку ОВДП України. Ви можете відкрити рахунок онлайн та торгувати ОВДП з будь-якого девайсу – лептопа, планшета чи смартфона та будь-якого куточку планети. Це просто, зручно та зрозуміло. Спробуйте самі. Зверніться до нашого консультанта. Станьте клієнтом ICU. Завантажте додаток за посиланнями в QR-кодах нижче та починайте інвестувати в ОВДП по-сучасному. ICU Trade – це великий вибір ОВДП для будь-яких ваших інвестиційних цілей, від найкоротших до найдовших. Фільтруйте та обирайте те, що потрібно саме вам. Можливість продавати ОВДП за ринковою ціною у зручний для вас час. Навіть якщо у стакані на продаж ви не знайдете свою ОВДП, ви з легкістю можете надіслати запит на ціну та гарантовано отримати пропозицію від ICU. Контроль вашого рахунку 24/7. Поповнюйте та виводьте кошти зі свого рахунку в зручний для вас час у декілька кліків. Зрозуміла та прозора звітність за усіма операціями на вашому рахунку.
Пані та панове, 5 хвилин до початку фінальної панельної дискусії нашого форуму на сьогодні. 5 хвилин, аби завершити абсолютно всі справи.
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes before the start of our final part, so please keep in mind the time and let us start this part soon.
Шановні пані та панове, 3 хвилини до початку наступної панелі. Будь ласка, повертайтеся до...
Ladies and gentlemen, 3 minutes before the start of final panel, please get involved into our discussion to the main hall. Let us start our discussion soon.
До початку наступної панелі, фінальної на сьогодні, залишається 2 хвилини, дорогі друзі.
Till start of next final panel for today, we have 2 minutes left. Please, ladies and gentlemen, come into the room.
Рівно за хвилину ми розпочинаємо фінальну дискусію. Будь ласка, проходьте до зали, пані та панове.
In 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting in a minute.
Шановні пані та панове, фінальний ривок перед автопаті.
Ladies and gentlemen, final breakthrough. Please come again to the main hall. In less than a minute, we start the final discussion panel.
Отже, пані та панове, фінальна панель.
Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion starting now.
Величезне спасибі всім, хто зайшов.
Thank you very much for everybody who entered and who didn't enter. We believe in the team spirit and we starting our panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of you who are here. And we need 15 seconds. Thank you for applauses. And thank you who have been on time. And applauses for those one who are here and waiting for all of you. And from this last panel for today, for rising of the standard of today. Who needs it? And on the stage, we also use for corporative management and the brilliant panel of the speakers, international Victoria Strachova, the Captain School of the deputy of the head of the National Bank of Ukraine, of fund Natalia Shevchenko, and Irene Stand Group. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's very hard to take audience. That is why we take the manipulation. And with all respect, all of the panels did not the women voice. That is why we decide if you not balance, we will have disbalance. Max, sorry, but I hope you will treat this with respect, standard of this project. We will work out of this corporative quality of management of professional participants who are represented here. Somebody has experience because it was recommended by National Bank, and somebody who made because he thought it is correct. And yes, now we negotiate, come here to this project. It's not small. It's not small. There are a lot of information here, and corporative management. We are busy with this for several times, and for the panel, we cannot agree what about the role of the standard. From the good points, say that standard is a unique project, unique document, because it's a policy making example. It's a way navigated for those standard into force in year 25, 26. 27 months. Now will tell everything for us. When the standard will be adapted, the standard, something will happen, and we'll understand when they will perform it. And then was to be joyful, there are some writers who establish the language. Thank you for Max, because such terms like manus, management of operation of risk for revenue, posteriori, sorry, maybe something is wrong, adequacy on legislation level, and another parts on different ways. And we provided Max to make a book with this. It will work it or not. And now on the panel, organizer represented from my point why everybody on this panel here is standing here. First of all, Max has an attitude to the writing of the draft law of the capital, and Max a little bit. Max has a big attitude to the writing of the project of standards, and then we have Katerina. Katerina is representative National Bank. We know that the year 2016, a bank appraised the standard of corporative management. It was different than provided the institutional memory. If it's right to appraise the quality, if it's hard for National Bank to make the price of the corporative operation, we will hear from Katerina Victoria, the member of Ukrsem Bank, how Ukrsem Bank was feeling itself. I feel that recommendation bank is the highest margin of the how it feels when they heard the standards. Irina from the Center of Calculation will tell us about her experience as a bank and about the experience of the standard. And what do you think about this? Is something terrifying you? Natalia, as a person who has a big experience of corporate operation, is in the BU, and Natalia, I understand that participation in the negotiation of the standards will explain us as a feeling of standards and corporate operations, like personal self-realization is for me personally. But actually it should be done for the investor to make the investment friendly, and it is interesting what Alena will tell us. We'll estimate like investor not only, but will support the regulator what as the standard. Thank you, Max. Max, very briefly about this book. Okay, Oliana, thank you for the floor. Thank you organizers for that. At the end of the day, give the possibility to give about corporative management. The last but not least, if seriously, really the question concerning corporative management, we started. Just following by the National Bank, because National Bank year 2015 to 2016 was actively provided the best practice of corporative operation, and correspondently act of the European Union regulating Basel Committee specific for bank and so on. And we following this, but for me, for special position, one of the most important requirement of the legislation, level playing field, the same rule for the participant of the market, to avoid the regulatory arbitrage, and correspondently, we spectacular the National Bank of how this question was developing, then correspondent regulations that we have about the framework of association, that we must do like a homework, and then we can see specification recommendation for the participants of the capital, which ESMA has been given in Europe. All of this lead us to the 76th article in the law of Ukraine about market and capital. We have a long-term discussion. It was very vivid discussion due to draft law before the second hearing. And after the law was adopted, we launched the processes concerning the preparation of this draft law, which was provided in the law. Thank you, Mrs. Katerina. And the experience about year 2016 was taken into account. Why do they make it in vice versa? Why it was recommended? Why, what things National Bank didn't see? Why it's so sick? You understand? You must pay attention. What does it mean, corporative management? Yesterday, when I thought about our panel, the first words of the song, I don't know who and who needs it, because the organizer asked me not to talk about the policy, and that is why it will be a little bit sad. But it was a joke, but actually about the serious things. Corporative management is very hard, but very strong thing. It's not been stipulated, not implemented by adopting of some kind of standards or rules, because it's a complex. First of all, it's the second spread of authorities, functions, and responsibility. And then the processes which was organized in the right way, and collegial authorities, and all of this, it's impossible. Such book as this, to put it into this book, a standard of corporative, due to all notion of this, it has been a significant way from instrument and approach to protect the minority, and about this notions which includes rules and rights, the behavior, including the behavior of the social responsibility, revelation of the information, transparency, and good looking for the investors. When we have studied, why did we start about from the recommendation, providing that it will be very hard to implement when we will the hard rules. My historic memory has given such points that after the recommendation by the organization about corporate management, we communicated with the bank. We talked with them that in the future it will be will be made, and we decided when we communicated with our counselor partners, and let's watch how banks implement this recommendation and how they do with this requirement. Availability of the credit committee, all bank must have the collegial authority, and we went make some gap analysis. We have made such check on banks, how corporative operation is organized, bank to understand what to do. I cannot make such funny things, because it's very sad. It's hard to talk about this, but we worked out the program of checking. It's a big quantity of elements, because on the paper you have everything, but in the reality it doesn't work. And when we negotiated the program with the former director of investment policy, we discussed how to check the process. And first of all, we include the interview with a member of committee, with a person who prepares the documents for observing council and so on. And so, and our team come from the I come from Checking, and it was a real shock. Show us how it works here. Okay, you have all of decision, your papers, everything is on time. Due to the reglement, everything is okay. And Novikov, you must communicate with the people separately and then visit the authorities. And it was a surprise when they come to the credit committee, and I thought, it's not big bank. It's not big bank, but the surprise was that the member of credit committee just get acquainted with each other there. So the regulator of meet all of the requirements. The head, chamber of the were signed. But another example is we have a bank. It's not a small bank. It's just in middle bank, but before the top level bank with a private capital. And everything is very clean and clear. Independent members are there. Everything is working. They come for checking, and everything is working. And the session was more than 200 times. What we talk about? What it goes about that the council. It's not a state bank. It's another parameter, dependent, independent, and this council in effect having the representative has a function of governance, and the governance has a function of given some gun bringer, for example. And that is why the idea, why I am telling, because all of this, when we have seen all of this, we have seen all of the things that I want to tell you. The corporative management is a philosophy of management. And until it will be here, the paper can show for now that the requirement of the regulator has been made. And that is why we started such initiative like a school of independent director. We have started it as an independent director school, and after several events, we understood that not that we must exist the shareholders there, and we must explain them who and why needs it. Until they will not understand this, if you take the classical definition, if shareholder will not understand this in a partial way, we will have the formal approach. We will every time, just I will finalize. That is why it were then we have a long way. I will have the possibility to explain this. Okay, it were a recommendation, and then to be continued. Okay. Vika, second, Katerina have told who and who needs it and why in Ukrytsim Bank, and how much recommendation on the paper. Who needs it in Exim Bank? Who needs cooperative operation in general? Everybody on the panel, all of the representative of the services, financial service. Who is the maintainer of the services is a user. We are doing this for the user. And the panel with the Chernyshov participation, it's an investor. That's an investor. It's a member of the council, farm company, KSC company. We are doing this for the user. Not in the court to defend it, but test of the users, not by the court, Mr. Chernyshov wants it, but for a corporative operation must be. And Yelena, as a representative, see what IFC barrier will say. It's those person who will verify the system of corporative operation. And in Exim Bank, we also do it for user individuals, for legal entities, corporative operations, the the final way for people. In Exim, the corporative management started from the 6 from 9 members are independent members. Why independence? Because to avoid
calls, like Ruslan Minkumetov said, in state bank, we are properly compliance all the requirements set for any banks by providing financial stability in order not to necessitate annual capitalization at the expense of Gazette. This is in general in Exim. The corporate governance is evaluated both by owners, also we do the self-evaluation, as well as evaluation in SREP system that the regulator is doing. Let us boast a little, a minute of advertisement. Self-evaluation of Exim Bank was evaluated by OECD as well. This is one of the highest benchmarks. We are the first who made self-evaluation from the Ukrainian big banks. We don't want you to think that we did all of that on paper and we don't see shortcomings in our activities. SREP assessment took place and we're happy that during this time when the supervisory board functions before it did not exist at all. We see that this year we are 1 point improved in SREP system. This is in terms of bank. I don't think anyone but the banks is much interested in. If we speak of, may I call it a Talmud of Maxine about draft standards, I would like to draw attention to everyone sitting in the audience to this document, because according to my evaluation, lots of money you need to be compliant with, and you will need lawyers, compliance service. I don't think that 5 supervisory board members will be enough. In some cases it will require more. All of that will cost money, so pay attention. If speaking about content marks, I was reading all 83 countries analyzed the way it happens in other countries. I think that you're a Pygmalion of corporate governments. You made your Galatea a benchmark of beauty in the corporate governance. Yes, there are a set of ideal norms that will never come alive. It is impossible to implement, even in 2026. Time flies fast. We're not at the stage of development to be able to implement it. This is in terms of content, what is called comprehensive document, but I'm afraid that no big chances that it will be realized. Alongside with that, some aspects cause some concern due to my banking experience. Vika, sorry for interrupting you. Let us speak specifically on something that Katerina, you wanted to support Marx. I didn't want to criticize him. I just wanted to add to what Victoria was saying. Again, I was reading all 83 pages. Maybe details a bit later. For me, for instance, what, so to say, caught my eye right off, National Bank introduced requirements to corporate governance step by step. First, it was just testing management in National Bank. The system indicated that this approach is not efficient. Everyone knows about tests that are on the market. Back in time, everyone knew it and they replies in advance, but it's not the issue. Of course, we need to check the knowledge of legislation. It is important, but there are more important matters that tests do not indicate. We changed tests into interviews. We expanded requirements to corporate governance from the standpoint of business reputation in terms of a requirement to education and experience, including council and board. Then we started demanding rebuilding processes, which is important. If these processes were built not like standards require. We have right because we're a regulator of this market today, banking today, not only banking. we are to change these processes. So we have instruments to set some fines and to employ some measures of influence. After we tested processes, then evaluated collective suitability of the supervisory boards. We implemented it into general assessment of bank activity. We expanded corporate governance in bank, expanded the market conduct, defending consumers' rights in banking sector. I'm saying you what we did from 2016 step by step to improve requirements. Now we have regulatory documents regulating internal controls. Now we have requirements to disclosure of information about awarding and so on. We have very many. All of that happened incrementally. And regulator, how we check it? We check it when we visit within those inspections and see the processes are realized and do interview to different levels of personnel. If commission do not have possibility to use those checks to all the participants of the professional market that it is applied to, and those requirements will be just formal. It is important for those requirements we have not to turn into formalism. Second, we need to have legislative possibility to control it somehow, because new law that was adopted about banks and banking activity entitled us to make changes of supervisory board or board member if the collective evaluation testifies that they shouldn't work like that. So we have instruments and we have legislative right to do that, and most important is that we have maybe still remaining pretty professional personnel, the professional team. So my concern is that it does not turn into formalism on the one side, and on the other side not to have devaluation of principles within the regulator. When regulator is to check it formally, okay, if there's indication, no proxy, okay, what is the vision, what is ideology, what is the mission of this business is not important, because then the devaluation for regulator completely destroys the incentive of market to improve something. Sorry, when the market is sensitive, it will respond instantly by formal fulfillment of our principal marks. I know you want to say something. Wait, excuse me, Irina. Arcel was a bank. I think that you paved the way that Vika and Katerina are saying also. I understand. I will contain myself. I will start with boasting that I 3 times read all 83 pages, and I also want to say that I have very sensible feeling of deja vu. And Katerina was saying how they were introducing corporate governments in banks, and from 2017 Center of Accounts, and we as employees of Center of Accounts, when all the stages of outrage, not understanding, then you decided let's drop it, giving the banking license. Then we gave in banking license. We seem to be able to relax finally, but here comes Libanov. I'm always near, so the matter or the topic is formulated in the right way. To who and why? Because corporate governance does not have independent value on its own. It does not bring additional money flows on itself. It does not make products. It does not help businesses in the understandable, unambiguous way. We needed to find this value for ourselves, and in many norms we found it, and I think where we found it, we implemented it the best way. All many requirements in corporate governments, internal control requirements, so we needed to overcome big opposition, explaining employees why they need to step by step describe each process, why for each operation we need a controller. We learn to love internal audit, and we start understanding the usefulness of internal audit. We started understanding why compliance is necessary and what good things it may do. Exactly until the moment I read in the stand, that's what it should do. So what to end? So it was interesting. Very many things were done, and the supervisory board from 2013 was created, and independent directors appeared almost right away. We made the independent committees of supervisory boards that first formal and then started working in a fully fledged way. We found barely in corporate secretary understood that the structure like us will not be able to live without. It will be uncomfortable. Would like to dwell in more detail. I will help in terms of standards. Natalia, your experience before the standards appeared project. Thank you, Alana. You know, National Depository wasn't expecting standards appearance. We started dealing with corporate governance, so to say, very seriously from around 2016, and it was a conscious choice of a company to move toward development of corporate governance. It was a choice of stakeholders, and when the changes to the law on joint stock companies, one company had to determine whether they are public or private and whether they are ready to take a burden of a public company. Our stakeholders made decision consciously again that yes, we are a public company and we strive toward developing corporate governments. We were also incentivized towards that by central depository being a key central element of stock market. There are international standards, PFMI, for infrastructures of the stock market as CSDR. So we, in our activities back then and now, continue this long way. Impossible to say that we have ideal corporate governance. We did it all. This is continuous improvement process. We develop always. We strive to become more transparent and to become more immaculate. And the standards that the Commission is about to adopt, we need to catch up with, improve ourselves to reach up to work on improving to reach up to. We know how to do it now. And I think that the key institutes, principles of corporate governance considered to be best practices, not only for the public joint stock company as well as for central depository as such, we have implemented already. I'm speaking of board of participants as a council of users, that all the approval of tariffs goes through internal documents. So we strive toward transparency and improve the quality of disclosed information, both on the website as well as in our annual reports. I think that we'll also speak about this. Also, we have a supervisory board function with a big number of independent directors. We have implemented, though legislation did not oblige us directly self-evaluation, and we perform this every year. We have implemented the system of risk management, risk committee working efficiently, and we work constantly on improving internal control system. In my view, I agree to the previous speakers that the corporate governance brings usefulness and works not only on paper, so to say, but also works only in case when the stakeholders of the company, owners, understand the value, why they need it. Thank you, Natasha. Max, look here. There are banks, there are former banks, there is no banks, there is national banks. Everything is improving gradually. Maybe we would like to have it faster, but it does improve. Even if we speak about plan recommendation, comply, explain principle. Maybe we need to trust the professionals that the supervisory boards select so thoroughly. They will help us reach up to this ideal picture. Well, at the beginning, we need those supervisory boards to be made. I'll remind you, in the vast majority, professional participants, supervisory boards are absent. So one of the requirements that will be used from 2023 are not standards requirement. This is requirement of laws that the supervisory boards are to be made final. I completely support the idea that the requirements are to be employed gradually, not everything at the same time. However, alongside with that, I'm the proponent of the standpoint that the regulation is to be foreseeable and forecastable. I'm the proponent of a regulator to say well in advance, look here, dear market participants, in 2, 4, 6 years, such requirements are going to be applied to. Saying it today, then saying nothing today from a regulatory standpoint, and in 2, 4 years saying, remember I was speaking back then, here you go, requirements you need to apply from tomorrow. So to say, if we speak about the document of standards, it actually encompasses the period that National Bank went through from 2016. However, in itself, it foresees not to be used completely from the date of its approval. Can we write this? Is it possible that this Commission decision, this stageability to be written in decisions? I understand, when we're making public a previous year and this year, the version of standards to making public for getting recommendations and observations beside Netsbank, the decision which is going to be adopted. The decision says which chapters come into force for which market participants since which year. In reality, if not mistaken, 2 or 3 pages of the text describe simple spatial understanding, special understanding. One, what is going to be applied? Quick question. Beside Netsbank and DURC, Koshovyy and Nabu, did somebody else take active participation in discussion? We received pretty many suggestions. The document that you probably have with the suggestions from the market participants we have received, we have considered each proposal, and probably somewhere in July we have approved the updated version, a table posted on the website. All are willing to get familiarized may do that. We received 100 proposals to different parts. Definitely closer to the end, there are less suggestions. Nonetheless, there are suggestions from absolutely unexpected market participants. For instance, pretty many suggestions were received from one of the companies in the region that works not in Kyiv. Honestly speaking, before it wrote us the suggestion, I haven't seen it anyway on the radar. Nonetheless, they're very detailed and justified. They're interested in improving corporate governance, where they provided lots of suggestions. I will not lie and say that we took into account each of the suggestions. However, on each suggestion, we provided the substantiated rationale why we think that we are not entitled to take into account certain suggestion or suggested other version than initially or suggested by market participants. So in many cases we changed the version to make it more convenient to perceive and understand. Also, take away this process. Do not read standards only as standards. This is roadmap, so to say, for the next 10 years till 2028-7. However, I heard that there's a next stage. Elena, please tell us what are the plans of work with Commission to improve for the next stage. This is not improved yet, and thank you very much, Elena. If I may, not about the next one. When I was hearing the colleagues, I went drifted back into the past, because UFC launched first corporate governance program in 1996. It looked pretty natural, mass voucherization, many thousands stakeholders that need to organize the company's management. So we launched first program in parallel. We started facing while visiting customers, discussing funding matters, obviously evaluating their corporate governance, becoming this maze.
Until we make the normal structure of corporative operation will not give you money, and we will come through different stages. From somebody will, some independent director will try to provide, make the test pass, for example, or okay, we will do it. That we also have to lead in the normal corporative management. I agree with my colleagues. It must be by owner and for owners here and there. And it seemed to me that the thing that we spectacular now from the corporative operation in for state companies, for example, it's a certification of that is here is not sitting here. We have made a lot of things here. But on our experience, we understand that the hardware not always work. I don't think that the regulator don't always work, but we more and more understand for ourselves that we must work with clients until the client will not see the values. They will not believe in this and they will not treat it seriously. That is why in years 2016 we make good corporate governance with financial data of the company. We chase the company during 4 or 5 years. The result of the survey, we had to write corporative governance, just appraise the CTRR for 20% better financial results in comparison with those companies. They didn't have the corporative governance. Alena, sorry for coming back to the past. We with the committee work with committee. We have made here out the code of the corporative governance. I don't know if you use which company. This good recommendation for USG when we stay here. At the USG also partial credit you can take FC. We make this risk, ecological and operational risks. And now we understand about the standards. And until we don't have the standard, we with the committee work over the evaluation map and the codex when plans where the recommendation will be reflected what to do with the disclosure of information, how to control, who must check it, external audit, and the instrument for the regulator, instrument for some company, with the application form when you fill it in and have some more scores. The first question. The first question, if you decide it's useful for the corporative to the level of the bank or higher, and then must be the variant, you must choose only one variant of the answer, Max, please. If you have until people vote, I thank you, my colleagues, about the Codex of Corporative Governance. We didn't start with necessary requirement. We made the recommendations. They come out of the Corporative Governance Codex. I worked during a year and a half, and from since that from the professionals, some people think about this. We have some emittents some issue who provides a codex of cooperative governance, and they use it with to explain Marx. I understand since I try maybe some kind of tango and not solo or dance of the regulator. Maybe the process of improvement everybody must be working this. You see, I answered yes, step by step by don't terrify everybody, but we do it in this way. I will remind that decision will not come into the force during the 7 years. First of all, have the system understanding who will be there. Let me put you corporative question marks. I understand you just you start. It will be justified. If you're lazy to come to the Ministry of Justice during the 6th year. For regulator to forecast not only for himself but also for regulator. Yes, not yes. Ivy and Alona had discussed methodological recommendation. It's a basement. It's a minimal standard, and for some minimum standard, you will principal recommendation and American bank and bank and cooperative governance for year 2000. How what you see this capacity compliance. I think I'm not the last. Alona and Ivy cannot come to the compliance. Why? Sorry, I will say this. Our undeveloped fund market has such framework, make such methodological recommendation. I will let me to come back to the forum for the very first stage. Tom has told about this. Tom has told us and Sergei has told about this. The possibility to make a step forward if we make our legislation to the single standards which work in Europe. If we will not do this, if we will in the same black waters as we have the situation that we already have. I come back. The standards have been written for different participants. Absolutely. Majority of participants are they are not this participants. They are not this systematic or not the important for them. The volume of the requirement is so minimal. If we go to Europe, why not by all of us? I also have read the European directives, not to check my level of English language, the concrete revenue and the change of the revenue. Yes, I have found in Euro directives the norms that minimum 40% the change of the revenue must be paid with, but not earlier than 3 years from the moment of signing. But nearby this norm, you have one more norm. Not less than 50% must be paid in the instrument of the capital. Not less than half from those part must be instruments of the capital. Moreover, the European regulator and instruction ABA has the notion that company must that they change or in maximal way at 100% must be from the capital. And for me, as a fund manager, for me it's clear when I today have earned my KPI, and this KPI will not be paid by the share of my company where I work. This for me, and I continue to work for this share, but I will get them in 3 years. It's logical and it's clear. But if for me, with the level of inflation, the half of money, the cash up, I will receive in 3 years, when it's to 1 kilo of potato I can buy. Do I need this norm? It's one more moment. It's a concrete normal implementation. Things which good. We have excellent system in our system, and we just cancel the KPI system. KPI system practice. We learned that KPI is yesterday. A concrete example, I pay you attention when we come into the concrete, we lose audits. I have a remark, please, concerning the inflation. Everything will be good. It's my remark. I wanted to add, in fact, I will reveal bank secrecy. I've had the question to our management, negotiation of KPI, the changing and fixed part, and for several, for example, it's depending on the year. When we make accent on the fixed part or the change to, when we take into account the current reality. Yes, management Ukrsibbank bank now we must take into account the stability of Grivna, of Nikolaychuk, and Ukraine is unpredictable. It's unpredictable. And here it's important the thing that Katerina paid attention to this spirit of revelation of forms. And here the ranges of the ICU conferences, very strong rules. You must go to the standard FC standards. We follow them step by step. It's not possible to come by force. You must need internal philosophy and practical philosophy, because we, in a literal way, like our legal specialists, like the state authorities, the committee has been given the recommendation, and we must vote this. We make citation in detail such that is why you understood this is the same. We just negotiated this and this. If we come to one opinion, now I will get rid of the details because I have experience and about implementation, check how it works. I can say one thing. This is about standard corporate governance and potential norms, even about the instruments that we use, internal bonds and so on. When we see the experience that we have on developed countries and the Basel recommendation and international monetary funds and standards of our colleagues of developed countries, And when we try to implement all our partners, and we will confirm all of this, our task, we must do the copy, a task to make minimal requirements, and we make into account the level of development of market, conscious of the participants of the market, and also one more. We talk about the serious and motivation also. About our colleagues are talking about what from central banks of another states who had developed states or participants who are the developed of capital, who not make the copy based in the task, made the effective system which corresponds of minimal requirements. This is point number one, and you must understand this. If this, you have a situation when the player will stay with implementation of the paper, standard on the paper, it will be worse on the, it will kill the desire. It will kill the desire and will kill the. When we start this, I will make a conclusion. You will have this, the absence of the quantity of the professional people who can be the members of councils, of governance, corporative secretaries, so on, so on. It's a real problem. We don't have some persons as independent member or the member of council is start to grow up after the starting of the reformation, including the bank. The reform started. Let Rashkova tell us if they reach the experience. If we are on the first stage and we started it looking into deep in year 2016. We are all on the initial stage. That is why we have qualified staff. We didn't learn how to do it. Nobody taught us. We have UCA, but it doesn't capture. It doesn't. We don't have the scale to teach the quantity of people, the consensus of how to do this. In effect, how to implement. How to make the role of independent director, dependent director, and insufficient is a serious problem, because if earlier we have supervision council when a person is retired, where to come to this council, member of the council. Today it's not such way. We trying to look for this professionals because we don't have enough of professionals. It's not enough professional to cover all of the needs of our market. Yes, it's not enough the professional director. And where should we take them? From where should we take in? We understand this problem pretty well, but we must follow this, and that is why the person who can be the independent director, due to the information of the National Bank, there will be more than we have them in year 2016. Qualified, but I think that in my opinion, but professional source of regulator will show this. And the second thing for everybody to understand, the absolute majority will come to the category of the others. Taking into account the requirement of the independent members, if from the initial thing you must, for one thing, you reveal you have 83 page of rules, but you can not follow them. First of all, they will use them in so simplified way, in way of humanity, where the guarantee that you will be in year 2026, 27. We will do everything best, but we must have institute on functioning. I told that we with Irina, we started, not yesterday, but earlier, that we were fascinated by methodological recommendation. We are professional lawyers. We cannot understand one of...
What are we included or not included? What relates to us? Just simplify that, because in reality, it's like possibility for legal companies to earn one thing. This is methodological recommendation, and you educate people gradually that methodological recommendation will become regulatory document later. Maybe my last name related to fear. Maybe I'm afraid because of that, but this is real nightmare. Here I wanted to add something. When I was saying that there are not enough people complying with the requirements to independent directors, I have also a question: where am I going to take compliance officers with the set of authorities, functionalities, written standards? Sure. Who should set the rules and procedures? Who should let me quote one thing at after party? Okay, compliance officer describes in their provision list of members of staff with detailed description and attention of functional responsibilities of each staff unit. So they should be not only lawyers, accountant, manager, financial director, they also have to be HR. Yeah, thank you. Do you think that to a certain point of implementation, the supervisory board is going to deal with the operational activities? Yes, I wanted to bring this up at the stage when this law was a draft law. We're actively discussing this in corporate governance, in particular about authorities of supervisory boards and what relates to them. And the version we have now is somewhat simplified. However, I would like to point your attention that in law on joint stock companies, as well as in draft 738, law, the supervisory board should overtake some properties, not a function of the supervisory board. In my opinion, supervisory board is to deal more with strategic matters. Specific example, why and how supervisory board, the law says that it sets policies of fulfilling professional activities by professional participants, and is to control compliance of these policies, including competences and specialist knowledge for the employees of the company, all the employees, not only the governing bodies, controlling the procedures of fulfilling professional activities. Honestly speaking, from the practical standpoint, it is not understandable to me how supervisory board may and should, and this is function of board to control employees, check if they have competences, not max ideally. Everything understand, let us make one public discussion. We like to get to after party a lot. Just a minute, and all the questions at after party, please. May I have a suggestion as Thomsen said, I'm a bureaucrat from IMF. We may resolve this issue, so to say, to make decision, to agree conceptually, aiming at as fast as possible implementation to improve capacity of markets to develop the stock markets, to issue the abbreviated form of those principles and requirements. Executive summary. First, I want to tell you, first thing, I'm not a lawyer. However, document is very big. We were discussing this back in time at the stage of council, who are community important, generally important and others. I was reading to it and saying, stop, I need to write a table for him because I got lost. Maybe a compromise version, Max, let us finalize a deposit note, please, 1 minute comment. In reality, everything is very simple. Everything is gonna be fine for each one of us. And if seriously, again, I'm the supporter of regulator, besides regulating, is to explain what they have regulated. So I may say for sure any requirements that will be approved, the Commission is going to represent by, say, infographics to perceive as easy as possible, and slide another 83 pages. Thank you very much. Kata, I wanted to tell you, Max, that we love you a lot and we value you a lot. I'm serious, I'm telling the truth, I'm sincere. And the huge work when Alana was back in time in Commission in terms of law, legislative activities, and activity for the capital market, for stock market. We want you to know that we love you, we really value it. This is a great roadmap. This is, so to say, collection of international standards, not all of them, but some substantial part of them, and this is very useful. So the process of discussing, simplifying and accepting is also useful because it enhances understanding, and honestly speaking, all of us knew something new. I wish everyone a good weekend. Me, definitely. We have a lot to read. Please, we invite you to the after party. Thank you once again for taking your time, staying for the last panel. We hope that we met your expectation. Thank you. Thank you, and my applause to everyone who is in the audience and in the hall. And at that, the working part of Ukrainian Financial Forum 2021 is finished. Applause. And everything is going to happen later. No one is leaving because we need to understand what's going to happen next. We have after party next. Please go up at the 11th floor to the lounge. We meet there in several minutes. Just pay attention that there are 2 or 4 elevators, not very many, so it might take some time. Anyway, there is already music there, and someone and something is waiting for you there already. This is intrigue, so to say. So meet you there. Thank you very much for working part.